If I had a whistle, I'd blow it. I think I need some more microphone volume. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to Litchfield's town deliberative session. My name is John Regan. I live at 9 Chasebrook Circle with my wife Patricia. She's a ballot clerk. You met her this morning coming in. And my two sons, George and Daniel. Daniel's out there as well. I'm your school and town district moderator, and I'll preside over this evening's meeting, or this afternoon's meeting, this morning's meeting. Mr. Phil Reed is still my vice moderator. A few administrative announcements. State law prohibits smoking anywhere on school grounds. Please do not light up. Restrooms are located just past the auditorium on the right-hand side as you walk into the school. Food and drink are not allowed on the auditorium floor. Concession sales are not here. As a reminder, it's against school policy to leave flyers on vehicles parked on school property. Okay. So before we begin, can you please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, a little bit of introduction first. I'd like to invite Mr. Brunel up to introduce the selectmen.
Good morning, everybody. For those who don't know, I'm John Brunel. I'm the current chair of the Board of Selectmen this year. I'll start from the front to back. It'll be a little easier. But Terry Brian, our town clerk, tax collector. Kevin Bork, selectman. Mrs. Jewett, selectman. Our vice chair, Frank Byron. Jason Hoke, our town administrator. Laura Spector Morgan, who is our legal counsel. Tom Young, which is the representative of the planning board, and then Russ Blanchett, the chair of the planning board.
Okay. And I'd like to introduce Andrew Cutter to come up and introduce the budget committee.
Hi, good morning. I'm Andrew Cutter, chairman of the budget committee. I'd like to introduce the committee members. I'll start with Mr. Bill Spencer, then Mr. Dan Valancourt, Ms. Cindy Couture, Mr. Brian Bork, who is the representative for the school, and then Mr. Chris Pascucci. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, so rules and procedures for this meeting. Litchfield is operating under what is known as Senate Bill 2 procedures. This means that our function this afternoon, or this morning, is to review and discuss the warrant articles that have been presented here today and for us to vote on by official ballot on Election Day. Election Day is on Tuesday, March 11th, right? Polls are at Campbell High School here from 7 a.m. in the morning to we're going to close no earlier than 7 p.m. According to state law, town and school district meetings are run by the moderator's rules. This means that the moderator sets the ground rules for the meeting. However, law also allows you to overrule the moderator's ruling by approving a motion to do so by simple majority vote. For this deliberative session, the moderator will read each warrant article and recognize a sponsor to speak about it. Then the moderator will open the floor for discussion. When you come to ask questions or discuss an article at any microphone here today, please clearly state your name and street address so that the clerk can hear you. If a voter wishes to propose an amendment to an article, he or she must have the amendment moved and seconded before it can be discussed. If we make no amendments to these warrant articles, then they will appear in the ballot as you see them today. If we do make amendments to these warrant articles, then they will appear on the ballot as amended. Amendments to warrant articles must be handed to the moderator in writing, and there are index cards and pens in the front of the room here today if you need them. Note that an amendment cannot change the primary subject described in the article. The maker of a motion to amend an article will have the first opportunity to speak to it. Each proposed amendment will be brought to closure before any other amendment is discussed. At this auditorium, no voters may sit in the corner to the right as you enter the auditorium. So everyone, all the voters, please raise your hand. Voter up there in the corner, can you move down, please? Thank you. And George, I have you covered. And Jason, yeah, fine. That's good, thank you. As you enter the building tonight, the ballot clerks gave each registered voter a sheet of yes/no ballots. I believe it was yellow. And I've got mine someplace to show you. Okay. These are yours to use for secret ballots. Please do not drop them on the floor or leave them behind if you leave the building before the meeting closes. Only those people who are in the checklist, and for that matter, turn them in if we can use them again. Only those people who are on the checklist as qualified voters are permitted to vote to amend an article. If the moderator receives a complaint or notices a non-voter voting, then he will require the non-voter to leave the auditorium. The moderator must conduct a secret yes/no ballot when 5 voters make a written request prior to a voice, hand, standing, or division vote on the article. The moderator must conduct a secret yes/no ballot when 7 or more voters challenge any vote to amend an article immediately after the vote is declared by the moderator and before any other business is begun. Approval of all warrant article amendments at a deliberative session shall be by simple majority. A voice vote will be the primary method of voting. If the moderator cannot distinguish a clear majority with a voice vote, then a vote by hands will be taken. Active campaigning for your favorite warrant article, handouts, standing with signs, etc., is allowed in the hall outside the auditorium, not inside. Active campaigning within the auditorium, other than to discuss an article when invited to do so, is prohibited. The deliberative session is a forum at which we ask questions. More importantly, it's a place for debate. Proper respect and decorum will be expected at all times. Every effort will be made to give recognition to all wishing to speak. If you want to speak, then you must come up to the microphone to do so. Board members, if you're speaking to as a board member discussing an article, you may remain on stage. If you're offering your opinion as a citizen, then please move to the floor microphones. All those who speak are to keep their remarks pertinent to the motion. No negative motions will be in order, no personal attacks, no profanity will be permitted. All speakers will direct their remarks to the moderator. When a question is asked, the moderator will call upon the appropriate person to respond to the question. The moderator will allow one follow-up question when others are waiting to speak and will not allow running discussions. A motion to call the question and stop a discussion must be properly seconded before it can be considered. Voters who speak to an article may not immediately call the question in order to stop discussion about it. A motion to table an article will not be in order unless it is to table until a specific time and place before the close of this meeting. A motion to consider or restrict reconsideration of an article after discussion is closed will not be in order unless seconded and approved. Reconsidered articles must be discussed and closure reached before the end of this meeting. A motion to adjourn or recess will not be accepted until all warrant articles have been discussed. Members of boards and committee members and voters will refrain from using acronyms since we cannot assume that everyone knows what acronyms mean. About halfway through, give or take, the meeting today, I'll open the floor to anyone interested in discussing other material, then thank yous, what have you. Job's well done. Okay. Sound right? Okay. So the first point of order, it is your prerogative to permit non-voters to speak at this meeting. It has been customary to allow employees, council, and non-registered residents to speak at these meetings. If it is your wish to continue to do so, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, we have 2 ballot boxes. If we come to a point where we need some help, I'm going to ask a couple of you guys to help with the ballot boxes, all right? All right. Here we go. Ready? Ready. Article 1, to elect by ballot the following town officers. Selectmen, 1 year. 1 for 1 year. Selectmen, 2 for 3 years. Budget Committee, 3 for 3 terms, for a 3-year term. Town Clerk, 1 for 3 years. Library Trustee, 2 for 3 years. Trustee to the Trust Fund, 1 for 3 years. Cemetery Trustee, 1 for 3 years. School Board Member, 1 for 3 years. School District Clerk, 1 for 3 years. School District Moderator, 1 for 3 years. School District Treasurer, 1 for 3 years. Checklist Supervisors, 1 for 6 years. Any discussion on the article? Okay, you'll see it on the ballot as written. Here we go. Number 2. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 1 as proposed by the Planning Board for the Town of Litchfield zoning ordinances as follows? Amendments to Section 1250 Aquifer Protection District of the zoning ordinance to clarify existing provisions, including adding further details and examples to the definition of impervious, clarify that while the maximum impervious surfaces permitted are 15%, applicants may apply for a conditional use permit to exceed the amount, and correct references to underlying zoning districts. This is recommended by the Planning Board. Mr. Tom Young. He's going to speak to the article.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming today. We have put this in place to update the definitions on this article. It clarifies what impervious means, what can and cannot be effectively infiltrate water, and prevents contaminants from leaking into the soil. The one other thing that we did on this article is for commercial, we did put in provisions that they would not be restricted to the 15% impervious for the article. Does anyone have any questions on it?
Further discussion on Article 2? No? Okay, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you.
Article 3. Are you in favor of the adoption of amendment number 2 as proposed by the Planning Board for the Town of Litchfield zoning ordinance as follows? Adopt a new zoning section, 550.00 to 553.00, multifamily residential overlay district, to provide an opportunity for multifamily residences within the Town of Litchfield consistent with the town's single-family character and comply with New Hampshire state law. The purpose of the amendment is to provide opportunities for the development of multifamily housing as required by state law. Any new multifamily construction shall maintain an existing character of the neighborhood. The minimum of lot size shall be 2 acres for the first 3 dwelling units, with an additional 5,000 square feet required for each additional unit, and no more than 6 dwelling units may be permitted on any one structure. The district boundaries shall be the residential and commercial districts north of Leechbrook, and the residential, commercial, and transitional districts south of Chasebrook, and east of Route 3A to Albuquerque Avenue, and then south of Page Road. Recommended by the Planning Board. Mr. Russ Blanchette to speak to the article.
Good morning. I'm Russell Blanchette, Chairman of the Planning Board, 3 Sado Way. We're bringing forward this article for consideration this year in order to remain compliant with state law, which requires all municipalities in New Hampshire to provide an opportunity for multi-family housing. It's needed to prevent legal challenges. Obviously, if we're not in compliance with state law, we are at risk. It's good for economic development. It provides places for folks to live. It enables more housing options for employees of local businesses. A lot of folks need a place to live and can't afford the traditional single-family residential. This is a great opportunity for folks working in town to have a place to live they can afford in town. The northern section of the multifamily overlay district will be the area of town north of Chasebrook, and north of Leechbrook. It will encompass the entire area shown on the map on this slide. The southern area will encompass the area shown in the red cross-hatched area on the map on the screen you see here. Possibilities for development include the setbacks and building configurations, well radius, protection areas that you see on this slide. Some examples of what it could look like if built. And this chart is particularly interesting. Will this impact our schools? Neighboring communities that have adopted multifamily overlay districts have reported very little impact, if any at all, to school enrollments. Generally, school enrollments are driven by the number of bedrooms that a building has. A 3-bedroom home may have several children. A 2-bedroom apartment may have no children at all. And that's the end of the presentation on this article. Are there any questions?
Further discussion on this article?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Al Raccio, 16 Bear Run Drive.
Good morning.
Interesting article. Two primary questions regarding the article. Is this another way of saying low-cost family housing?
It is not. This opens the opportunity for development of multifamily of all price ranges.
Is there
High-end
any,
luxury condos to anything below that.
is there any conditional provisions in the article that would allow for additional or require Section 8 housing to be
There are
part
no
of this?
provisions as written, no, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Ralph Bohm, 6 Gifton Drive. I believe this was on the warrant last year and it was defeated, and I don't think it'll pass again this year. Why can't we just zone the property we have in town that is multifamily to get around the RSA?
That is part of the outcome of this proposal, would be to the existing areas where multifamily exists would would fall within this proposed overlay. So that by doing this, we're really doing what you had suggested. Sorry for the fumbling answer. Are there any further questions?
Pat Spencer, 9 Cranberry Lane. Is there any limit? I mean, you talk about, what is it, 6 units or 3 units. What would be the ultimate build-out if all these areas, what would be the proportion of multifamily housing compared to what we have for housing now?
It's really unclear how the worst case scenario, if you will, could play out for development purposes because of the varying conditions of the land that is undeveloped or redevelopable for this purpose. And
I would hate to vote for it and find out we have a worst case scenario
I
that
agree.
was never addressed and now we're stuck with it.
We do have a handout that does cover some of the worst case scenario possibilities. However, I will say, a lot of the land that is within these districts,
Is wet.
because of the configuration, because of the water issues on the land, wouldn't be appropriate to develop for this purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
John Regan, 9 Chambersburg Circle. If a builder came to town today and submitted a request to build a multifamily home, what would happen?
A request for a multifamily property within town would be denied because it doesn't meet current zoning, at which point the developer could choose to go to the courts to achieve a builder's remedy, at which point the builder could develop in any way the courts deem appropriate. We would have no control.
So the property that would be built could go anywhere where the builder and the state decide, as opposed to the town deciding.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Bill Spencer, Cranberry Lane, a follow-up to my wife's question. What was the worst-case situation?
Let's see. It is in my notes. I do have this, and I believe the worst case scenario is the proposed area is approximately 9% of the total area in Litchfield and equals 69 parcels and 450 acres of vacant and agricultural lands. Of those, only 24 parcels would be developable, meeting the minimum lot size. This includes 98 acres of state-owned land at the south end of town. Does that help clarify? It's a rough spreadsheet calculation that we had performed shows the worst possible case if all the land was perfectly developable and all of it was divided and developed as multifamily. What was that number? Do you recall? It was around 450, 500 units? I forget the exact number we'd seen when we were calculating this. Our rough guess is around 400 units.
Around 400? Thank you.
Jack Shiner, 10 Whittemore Drive. I have the question here, septic systems.
Yes.
Since these areas that you're designating are near town lines, why is there no benefit to saying they have to hook up to sewer systems? As you know, Litchfield businesses and that won't come in here because there's no sewage system.
Yes, sir, thank you. And the board had considered that, and at this point, it didn't seem appropriate to force that mandate upon developers. It's always an option for future revisions.
Well, the building committee should better look at a little more at these systems, because Litchfield's going to be a cesspool in time.
Thank you.
Jason Gret, 11 Perry Court. My concern is with the notion that we could get sued. I suppose we can get sued for anything, but in the RSA definitions under reasonable and realistic opportunities, it says that such development is not unduly inhibited by natural features. So we've had this discussion now over several years about where these overlays are going to be, and we specifically say in public and at meetings that, oh, don't worry about it. These are areas that are difficult to develop because of natural features. Well, the law specifically says that you cannot do an overlay that is prohibited by natural features. So to me, if we're worried about getting sued, that's probably the easiest avenue for someone to file suit on.
Thank you. And to answer that, I would say that the areas are broad enough to encompass plenty of developable land where we would be not in jeopardy under state statute for not providing a proper opportunity.
So the 400 units that, John Regan, 9 Chase Brook. So the 400 units that are possible in this, the roughly 400 units that are possible in this spread of area, north and south, are there any areas where you would see complexes, big complexes being deployed, or is it spotty, meaning, you know, you can put a unit over here and a unit over here and a unit over here?
We do set the maximum number of units per building.
Oh, that's right, you do.
That is established in the proposal.
Okay.
Kevin Lynch, 312 Charles Bancroft Highway. I sat down through the development of this regulation with the board, and we picked the north and south areas as shown. If you look at what's there and what's possible for development, there's very little, especially at the north end. There's only 1 or 2 tracts of land. Most of the north end is taken up and it's already maxed out. In the north end where it was picked on this, in the woodland area, that's where all the multifamilies are. There's an 18 unit up there, and there's four units, and some two families. Most of the lots in that area are only 1 acre lots based on the time when they subdivided. So the north side is very minimal. There's a piece that shows here, but the town owns it. And the other thing you don't see on this map is the power line goes through the horse farm. There's only a small part to the north of that. I think this is a good start to comply with what the state has mandated on all towns. It's not just Litchfield. I don't see this as a major development type thing. Subsurface-wise, regarding your leach fields, you need a certain amount of land for it, okay? When you get into what's going to happen in here is that the water is going to have to be produced, especially at the north end. There's no town water up there now. In order to put higher density like this, or a little density, you're going to have water. If not, you're not going to see the density at all be more than 2 units possibly per acre. And that's, you can't even do that in most of them, because you got to have 2 acres a minimum, if I recall. So the north end I don't see as an issue. I think it's a great. The south end, we picked that too as such. There isn't much down there to be developed. It looks large, but if you look at it real closely, you can't do anything except for 2 parcels of land that are really available, and it doesn't really show it on the map up there, but that's the vacant piece off Page Road in 102. There's 60 acres up there, and that person has no intention to do anything. And there's a couple pieces along Page Road that you may have something, but a lot of it's got a lot of wetlands. And we have a wetland protection regulation here that's quite strong. You can't take that area into consideration. So of all the regulations that we've had, I speak in favor of this. The word is multi-family, the family, just that word puts a cloud on it, and I agree, okay? But you gotta allow some diversity in housing. Litchfield is a single-family bedroom community, always has, but you gotta have some diversity. I really think tax-wise, these things are better than the single-family homes, because we can't afford to keep the roads that we got up, okay? More sprawl, this helps out. I speak in favor of it as written. I don't see this being a big thing. That's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Al Raccio, 16 Bear Run Drive. Just a quick question. With the potential of 400 units to be developed, has the Planning Board or the Board of Selectmen done a potential impact to municipal services, fire, police? Are we looking at new stations for the north end or the south end? Are we looking at enhancing our police department and our fire department to cover these new units?
It's premature to have that discussion at this point in the game, simply because nothing has been proposed to be developed. But as proposals would come forth, if they were high density, well, as high density would be allowed under this provision, those discussions would take place, and of course impact fees could be leveraged to offset the costs to the community of those required services.
But to date, nothing has been discussed by the board or the planning board regarding the potential cost impacts?
At this point, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Andrew Cutter, 6 Moose Hollow Road. Just a quick question in the spirit of no means no, right? It was failed, defeated last year. What happens if it's defeated again this year? What risk is the town assuming?
That's a very good question, but I should defer to council to get a proper answer to that. Would you, please?
No means no only applies to monetary articles.
Thank you.
Okay.
As council has just advised me, no means no only applies to monetary articles. Where there's no monetary impact of this, there's no means no impact from it.
So, one follow-up question. Even if it's defeated, the town can still pursue it?
If it's defeated, it would not exist as a zoning regulation, so the town would still remain in legal jeopardy if a developer should choose to develop multifamily in town. There would be the potential for a court case against the town.
Okay, thank you.
So, just to follow up that, John Regan, 9 Chasebrook, you have property in town, 5 acres of property. You could sell it tomorrow to a builder. He could come in, put a 6-unit facility right downtown without any real control and permission from the state to do so, because we haven't got a policy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Moderator, can we move the question?
Motion to call the question. Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Okay. Looks like we're going to see this amendment, this article as written on voting day.
Thank you.
Article 4. Are you in favor of the adoption of Amendment Number 3 as proposed by the Planning Board for the Town of Litchfield zoning ordinances as follows? Amend Section 600 Highway Route 102 Commercial District, 700 Southwestern Commercial District, 800 Northern Commercial District, 900 Transitional District, 950 Northern Commercial Industrial District, and 1000 Southern Commercial Industrial District of the zoning ordinance as follows: to require development compatible in character, style, and scale with the abutting properties and the small New England village and agricultural character of the town. New Section 408 includes new standards, landscaping, lighting, screening, unsightly features to protect community character. The frontage requirements are reduced to 200 feet on Routes 3A and 102. Permitted uses are amended as follows: expand agricultural uses permitted in all 6 districts. Large regional shopping type uses such as department stores exceeding a footprint of 20,000 square feet are not permitted in the northern and southwestern commercial district. Antique stores and bed and breakfasts are permitted in the 3 commercial districts. Disallow hotels in the northern and southwestern commercial districts. Clarify the motor vehicle sales do not include salvage yards, and disallow car dealerships in the southwestern commercial district. Supporting definitions to the expanded permitted agriculture uses are added to Section 200. Within all 6 districts, clarify that site coverage is synonymous with impervious surfaces. The zoning district boundaries are revised to update parcel references to correspond to the current assessing maps. The 3 parcels currently zoned commercial, industrial, and transitional at the intersection of Morgan Road, Colby Road, and Route 3A are rezoned as northern commercial. To reduce instances of split lot zoning, the various parcels in the transitional district along 3A, south of Page Road, and the northern town line are rezoned as commercial or commercial industrial. Several parcels south of Page Road and east of Route 3A are rezoned to be entirely in the transitional district. The highway commercial district is revised to follow parcel boundaries of those currently either entirely or partially within the district, and to include those south of Woodburn Road and east of Bixby Road, and exclude residential parcels along Derry Road. This is recommended by the Planning Board. Mr. Tom Young to speak to the article. Oh no, pardon me. Mr. Blanchett's to speak to it.
We'll both be on this one. It's a
Fine.
big article.
Yep, agreed.
So the planning board has undertaken this effort this year to try to do some housekeeping primarily. There were a lot of zoning lines that cut through lots. We've corrected for lot lines in the zoning. And also, my goodness, Tom was supposed to speak to this, and I've studied the notes but don't have them memorized. There's so much to this article, it takes 2 of us. Tom?
Basically, we're trying to update the zoning so it makes common sense. In a lot of areas, people's properties in 2 different zones. We want to eliminate that, get them all into one zone. Makes it easier for everybody. Some of the articles, zoning articles in here have been around for a long time. They may have made sense at the time they were put in. They no longer make sense. And we're trying to correct a lot of this.
Among the amendments that we proposed to the non-residential would be particular to outdoor storage, vehicular access, landscaping, lighting, and screening features. Non-residential uses will be compatible in character, style, and scale with the abutting properties to create a small New England village-style look and feel, and consistent with the agricultural character of the town. I think Tom already spoke to the permitted uses.
Yeah, some of the permitted uses, large shopping limited to 20,000 square foot footprint in the north and southwest commercial districts would be allowed. Antique stores, bed and breakfast would be allowed in commercial districts. There would be no hotels in the north or southwest commercial. Vehicle sales would not include salvage yards or junkyards. No car dealerships would be allowed in the southwest commercial district, and expand the agricultural uses permitted in these areas. Other amendments to reduce the frontage required along 3A, to change the site coverage for the impervious surfaces, and there's 3 new definitions, which will be agricultural processing plant, agritourism, and farm roadside stands.
And I already spoke to updating the boundary descriptions to match the current day lots and some just general housekeeping of the ordinances. And now we have several maps depicting what's proposed and where. In the northern commercial district, we propose rezoning that from, I apologize for fumbling through this. Northern commercial district is that lot,
Yes,
that parcel's
yep.
transitional now?
This transition is going to,
And that will be part of the northern commercial district. Non-residential boundary amendments in the south end of town. And in the area of Route 102. Southern Commercial District. And that's what we have available for slides. Are there any questions?
Further discussion on Article 4?
Susan Seabrook, 33 James Way. I have a simple question, hopefully. When it states non-residential amendments, there are 3 definitions. Could you define those 3, please? Agricultural processing plant, agritourism, and farm roadside stand. What does that mean to us as citizens? What are they going to look like?
In practice, it will look a lot like what's existing currently for agricultural businesses. It's a house cleaning measure intended to keep pace with state law and how state law defines these activities.
And could anybody tell me what those definitions are, briefly?
Farm stand is just what it means, the farm
Okay.
roadside stand for the farm. The agro-tourism is basically if you have a farm and you have carriage rides, sleigh rides, pick your own.
So essentially what we have now.
Basically what we have now, it's just a new term that the state's come out with and for the same old thing.
And the agricultural processing plant, is that a general farm or is that?
That's a general, we don't mean a meat packing plant.
Thank you.
It means, because you have to have that in there because if they harvest and pack strawberries for sale, it's processing.
Okay, thank you.
Sir?
Chris Pascucci, 12 Colonial Drive. I was looking at the map outside you have in the hall, and it appears that some areas of 3A, with the change of this zoning, if approved, what we currently have now is if somebody wanted a commercial building or strip mall or whatever, you would have to build a road to go back off 3A, and then it would be built kind of in there. This would change it to where now 200 feet off the road or as close as 200 feet, which means visible from the road, a strip mall or something could be. Is that correct?
It's not incorrect, but all of the other existing restrictions still stand. So it would be very difficult for something unsightly to be developed in this town. It would require site plan review and planning board approval.
Okay, but it is, I guess, changing the zoning rules to where now something could be built closer to the road.
There's still the minimum setback requirements, so there are still controls in place. We are making changes to clarify what can and can't be done, and frontage and setback requirements are established and defined here.
Okay. We just heard the reason, or a couple of the reasons for creating this warrant is to make things easier, and the existing zoning rules have been around for a long time. Those two by themselves, to me, don't seem like reasons to go through all of this. Are there any other reasons that benefit all the people in this town? What do they get out of it? What do the taxpayers and all the people that we talk to and that have come to all the meetings and your listening sessions that overwhelmingly, almost majority, almost unanimous say they like Litchfield the way it is now. They like seeing the farms and the trees, and they didn't want to see strip malls and stores and, you know, Walgreens or things of that nature. So what are the reasons for doing this other than to make it easier, and to make it easier for who?
In my mind, there's a lot of general housekeeping that needed to be done to these regulations, and this encompasses that. And don't forget that there's a lot of existing regulations and site plan review in place that would prevent an unsightly, un-community character-like strip mall from being developed. So this doesn't open the door for rampant development of unwanted things.
And I do agree, actually, you do have restrictions in here. It appears that if somebody were to build a 19,500 square foot multi-tenant strip mall, a commercial center, it needs to have certain lighting and not facing certain directions, and all the HVAC and the big dumpsters need to be covered with fencing, and sometimes the parking lot might have to be around the side of it. But it seems like, at least to me, unless I'm reading it wrong, the character that the people wanted is what we have now. If it's changed, we're gonna make those buildings look pretty, but there's still gonna be a bunch of buildings a lot closer to the road. Is that possibly, or at least the direction we can go in?
They could be a little closer. Without this, they still could be a little closer. The main things we're trying to do is 500-foot frontage on 3A is a little overkill. It turns somebody away immediately. 250-foot setback off of 3A and 150-foot setback off the river. A lot of 3A, you can't put anything in because they overlap.
Okay, so then, well, thank you for clearing that up. So now I understand the part that's making it easier is making it easier for the developers.
It's making it easier for anybody.
Well, and anybody wanting to build a building.
A building, yes.
Is what it's making it
Right.
easier for. Because right now, a developer of a strip mall might want to come in and say 500 feet, it's too far back, nobody's going to see me from the road, we won't get any tenants, we won't get any business, so they'll move to another town and build their building. So right now, the developers, the word can get out, hey, Litchfield now, you could build closer to the road, they can see you, we'll get more traffic. So this is, the easier part is actually for the developers, is that correct?
Let's clarify that. The 500 feet is the frontage requirement. You'll need 500 feet of frontage currently on Route 3A to develop a parcel. What we're proposing is adjusting that to 200 feet or greater, so that you can get the development done with a couple of hundred feet of Route 3A. It's not a setback. The setbacks are defined elsewhere.
Okay, and the setbacks were brought up to 200 feet back from the road, is that correct? And now they're much further?
No, we never had 200-foot setbacks.
It was
from the road.
250 on 3A.
Okay. And I have one last question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bohm, ask a question, go ahead.
No, just a clarification. Yeah, we have all this farmland, but farmland is only farmland if somebody wants to farm it. There's no zoning for farmland. Okay, also, this is pretty much, in my opinion, much ado about nothing, because until there are the roads built, like the piece that's left of the circumferential highway, nothing's gonna get done. We know for building a house, it's location, location, location. For businesses, it's roads, roads, roads. And so, just like when we did this some 20-some years ago on the zoning, when I was a selectman, it was, yeah, good, the highway's going in. It's still not going in, and probably, I don't know, whenever, got to be a big change in the economy for something like that to happen. So I don't see this being any issue at all, so, well, my opinion.
The question was asked just recently about impact on town services, police, fire. I'm assuming on this warrant also that wasn't discussed, the impact if we were to get more commercial or strip malls in town?
That's correct. It's premature at this point in the game to have that conversation regarding impact of services, because nothing's proposed to be developed. It's only, some proposed changes to the zoning, and there's no say that the landowners would want to sell the land to a developer to be developed. It's too premature to have that level of detail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 4? Hearing none, you will find the article on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Article 5, the operating budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth in the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $5,130,166. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $5,007,408, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Litchfield or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Section 10 and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Estimated 2014 tax rate is $3.58. This is recommended by the school board, a vote of 4-0, and recommended by the budget committee, a vote of 5-3. Mr. Brunel.
Thank you. Welcome again. Thanks for joining us. I thought I'd just take you through a little bit about how we actually create the budget and the process that we run through. The Board of Selectmen starts the budgeting process in August. At that time in August, our department heads, our town administrator, and the Board of Selectmen get together and look at how the departments have been functioning that year, what kind of unexpected things were going on, what are some of the priorities that are not being addressed this year and may need to be addressed next year, and generally what's working and what's not working. We work from August till about September with the department heads, looking at different ways to streamline our processes and, again, identifying those priorities. In this year we undertook a couple of different changes in accounting. We looked at how can we streamline some of our billing. For example, the town in the past had multiple wireless accounts, multiple data phone accounts. We actually consolidated all those to actually help us reduce billing. So you'll see some of that in the budget, where you'll see budgets go up, budgets go down, kind of thing. We started working with the budget committee in November, right? Yeah, end of September, beginning of November. And that's a 6-week process where the budget committee, the Board of Selectmen's liaison, and the department heads come in and present their budget to the budget committee after it's been approved by the Board of Selectmen. The budget committee then looks at it over history, makes their recommendations up, down, and then the result is the budget we're presenting today is the budget committee's recommended budget. This year we did have a unique experience. We were operating under a default budget from last year, and I only say that the default budget, we worked within those confines, but I think it's important to note that this year, we came very close to exceeding our appropriation, and that was just trying to operate the town, clear our roads, maintain the roads that are required. We came close to less than 1%. That around $20,000 or so. So there was not a lot left this year. There wasn't a lot of room. So this year, the budget we present is, in lieu of what we learned through the default process, and then also what we believe is a, good tight budget that run the town for next year. As I said earlier, there are some increases, obviously. The town, going into the budget process, we were faced with knowing that we had about $90,000 in increases just on things like hydrants and insurance and benefits. As you walk through the budget, if you've taken a close look at it, you'll notice that the information technology had increased. That was not actually an increase in that budget. What that was, we consolidated all of our data and phone services to one account. It actually represented a decrease in the overall. As I said earlier, the hydrants were up 11.5%, and that's due to a Pennachuck water increase that the town is also experiencing. Also, the citizens, I'm sure, are going to be experiencing it too. There's also a highway block grant. Our highway block grant is now carried within the budget based on a vote of the people a few years back. That represents $170,000. That's sort of a net neutral. It's received on the revenue side, but it's also had to be noted as appropriation. Our police budget is up 3%. For the most part, that is representative of the new cruisers that we need. As you probably recall, last year we were able to secure 2 new cruisers with the need actually of 4. This year it includes the additional 2 cruisers and the lease payments, a contract we have for the existing cruisers. We have significantly saved in our legal services. We've engaged with a new firm, Mitchell Municipal Group. That's allowed us to actually reduce our outlay of 50%, but that also is, legal cases are way down. We're able to keep them at a lower level. There is an increase in the library, and the only reason that is that we had 2 employees at the library opt in to get health insurance. They weren't originally, they were eligible for health insurance, but didn't take it for the town, and now this year they're indicated they're going to be taking it. If again, looking at the budget in general government buildings, again, what you'll see there, the increase there is actually we consolidated all of our fuel cost. Last year, we made an investment to centralize all of our fuel storage and dispersion system. And so we've actually consolidated all those so that they're not running through 5 different departments and getting 5 different contracts and 5 different fuel deliveries. It's all one delivery and all tracked as one entity. And then last, personal administration's up, as I said earlier, due to New Hampshire retirement. Revenues, again, the town operates on revenues, obviously from taxes raised and so on. What's notable here is that revenues are up about $40,000. The actual reason why they're up is that we have new cars, registrations are up by $43,000. So that, people buying cars, paying their fees for the state and the town are actually helping us also. And they're up 3%. Stolen slide from the Budget Committee hearing, which if you joined, you've probably seen this before. This is just sort of outlay of all the major components of the budget. Again, we were operating on a $4,975,066 budget this year. After the process we went through with the Budget Committee and the department heads, we're requesting a budget of $5,130,166,000. And that is a $155,000 increase over the default budget. Again, note that $90,000 of it, effective January 1st, was related to costs that we incurred because of either rate changes and so on. So here it is, February 1st. Where are we at with our budget? We are operating on the expectations that we'll have a budget of somewhere where we are today and what we're asking for. Just to give you an idea, winter hasn't been good to us yet so far. As everybody knows, we've had a lot of ice and a lot of snow. Our salt budget, which we budget at $54,000 for the year, which is the first half of the winter here, and then next year, the next beginning of the part. As of yesterday, we have expended $21,000 in that budget. Now, who knows what the weather's going to do? We may not get another ice storm, another snowstorm. We'll be fine for next year. But just note that, you know, we're already 22% of our budget at this point for that line. As I said earlier, the hydrants, based on the action that happened a couple years ago, the town assumed all the costs for the fire hydrants throughout the town. We've had because of the pending Pennachuck rate changes, we've had a increase to our budget to from $22,000 to $23,000. Again, that's what's making up that $90,000 I talked about earlier. And then in addition, New Hampshire Retirement also raised their rates by about $6,000 per month. Again, that's factored into that $90,000 I mentioned. So in whole, as I said, we had $90,000 in increases coming January 1st that we were aware of. We factored that into our budget discovery when we started working through the budget. We didn't say, oh, we don't care about that. We used that as a factor to try to keep the budget as tight as we could. The remaining increases, around $64,000 in the requested budget, is really main on salary movement, people within the town getting promotions or moving through their wage plan and so on. It's increased fuel costs and postage costs. The things that the essential things that we have to spend to run the town. So that's all I had from a formal perspective. We'll take any questions.
Further discussion on Article 5.
Tim Finnegan, 147 Talent Road. You mentioned that we had a default budget this year of $4.9 million, and yet next year the default budget is 5.03. Why would there be an increase what are the items that were increased in that default budget?
The increases are based on contractual inactions taken by the board. So there's contractual increases, salary increases, benefit increases. Those are all things that we have to factor into the default budget. Oh, and the fire hydrants is another big one.
Okay, so the police cars are not in there. The lease on the police
The only thing in the
cruisers.
default budget is the default appropriation from 2012, which was $34,000, I believe, which is that carry, not the full amount. If you look at, I wrote it down there somewhere. Yeah, there's $34,000 in the cruiser line to cover the cruisers, correct. But that's based on the 2012 operating budget.
I'd be curious as to Budget Committee, the 3 no votes, what the objections were to this budget, please.
Andrew Cutter again, Chairman of the Budget Committee. I was one of those no votes. You know, ultimately, my view of the budget was I felt it was a little high in certain areas and couldn't support some of the actions taken by the Board of Selectmen. And given the reviews and the period of the length of time that the Budget Committee spent reviewing the individual line items, there was a last minute, I won't call it last minute, there was an increase in mid-December to add funds back into the budget after the Budget Committee had made certain reductions, which I did not support. Okay.
I was one of the no votes. At the end, I made a motion to remove about 1% from the proposed budget at that point, and it failed. My proposal also added about $90,000 to the current working budget, which was the 2013 budget, which, you know, that was, I mean, that was a default budget when it was voted in last year, but if immediately after it was voted in, that was the actual budget. And the that would have covered all the fire hydrants, the additional pension and other contractual obligations, but that failed. So because of that, I thought the budget was too high. A little over 3% I thought was too much. It's also a philosophical difference with the way we budget and the idea of taxes. I don't think it's, in an economy such as this, taxes go up 3% when the economy is what we call or consider good. It goes up even more. It just seems they constantly go up. There was also what I based my numbers on, or at least my vote to not recommend was last year, what they were asking for in the warrant was about $75,000 more than what they got when the voters turned down the budget. And the town did a very good job of managing to that line, and they still had about $40,000 left over. And they got everything done that they intended to. And, you know, I had confirmed and asked that question, and they said everything got done. So basically, it was about a 1% difference in what was asking and what I would have preferred to see, and that failed. And I just think this number is too high.
Dan Valancourt, I too would have preferred to see something closer to the default budget. There were things that came through after we had voted, and would have liked to see something a little bit less than what the final number was, and that's why I voted no.
Just so let me just make a clarification, because Mr. Cutter did bring up a point about changes in December. If anybody, for the folks that do follow the budget process, you'll know the town operates on a calendar year. And I said earlier, we started in August. In August, we don't really have a lot of the knowns. And a lot of those things are around increases in fuel, postage, those kind of things, insurance, what people are going to do with their health care selections and so on. So it's not uncommon for us to come in December, ask the budget committee to reopen individual accounts and make adjustments. Most of the time, those adjustments are in the negative as we try to find them. In the healthcare side and some of the personnel side, yeah, those do go up because those numbers change drastically every year. We accepted a lot of the changes the budget committee did. You know, again, we're trying to be good stewards to what the budget committee believes is fiscally sound. I would only note too, in case of the last two, which we wanted to remove from the bottom line, if you go back and look at the voting records as we reviewed each one of those accounts, most of those lines, or those bottom lines of those account budgets, approved unanimously, or I should say better, you know, in the majority. And there wasn't a lot of movement in the number. So I mean, I stress that I believe the budget we're requesting is fair. I understand the concerns around the tax increase. It is a 4 cents increase from a town perspective. I understand that, but we have to run the town, and we need to provide the services people are expecting. And we don't offer as a town a lot of services. But what we have, we do a good job at, and we do it very cost effectively.
Mr. Gray.
Jason Garrett, 11 Perry Court. I have a question, but real quick, what the town expects. The town did run very well on the default budget. Nobody didn't get anything done, as we've seen. And so the operating budget that we're under came in with an excess at the end of the year, and that included finding money for 2 additional police cruisers last year within that default budget. So in my opinion, we had plenty of money in that default budget if we had leftover and additional money left over to find 2 additional police cars. And so now we're asking for 2 more cruisers and the lease payments for those 2 police cars that were acquired last year. Now, if the proposed budget fails, are you going to turn those 2 police cruisers in, or are you going to find the money in the budget again?
I think we're going to have to figure out how to find the money, because we need to have cruisers to operate a police department.
Understood. And that's kind of my point, is there's money obviously for things that don't need to get done, because you're going to find the money to pay for the police cruisers anyway. So there's a level of additional funding there so that you're able to do those things and continue the services of the town that everybody expects. In the healthcare costs, can you please describe for us what the co-pays and the deductibles are with the health insurance that we currently offer our town employees?
Do you have that readily? I will tell you that our healthcare contract comes up in July, and the Board of Selectmen have already started talking to our healthcare provider to basically change those plans. But do you know what the co-pays are today?
Right now, the plan that's offered, there is no deductible. The office visit is a $5 visit. The premium sharing is for people who are taking 2-person or family coverage. The premium sharing is 80% town, 20% for the employee. The town covers 100% of the individual employee. And prescriptions, there's a sort of graduated 3-tier approach. Want to say it's 10, 35, 70. We increased that last July. And as John said, we're up for a renewal in July, so we are looking at deductibles and the like. That said, the menu of choices from our current provider tend to be fairly low office visit type prices. I realize, there are people saying, boy, I'd love to have $5 copay. So, I understand.
Yeah, and I guess that's my feel, is this is probably not fair asking the Board of Selectmen this, because it's the Budget Committee's budget, but anybody can certainly answer. Does anybody here, I really want to know your opinion. Is that fair to pass on to the taxpayer we all know what the healthcare crisis is in this country with regard to insurance. Is it fair to ask the taxpayer to fund health insurance, which is a huge line, to that level when we all have to make it up as employees and taxpayers? How is it fair that a class of people, employees of government, get such a great benefit on the back of the taxpayer when we don't get that, and we're getting canceled off our insurance? I was kicked off my wife's insurance this year.
Jason, I'll just note again that we understand the issue around the healthcare and health insurance. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at options in July. But I think it's unfair, it's my own personal opinion, but it's unfair to compare a municipal worker to a private sector worker. The pay is very different. The benefits are very different. It's the way it is. You can disagree. The only other thing I'll say about the cars, sorry, I just want to know about the cars. The Board of Selectmen, we're put in this position to take care of the affairs of the town. People elect us to make sure the town operates, that the health and safety of the town is there. And the struggle around whether or not we have police cruisers or not, I know that's the big ticket item this year. And that is the only big ticket item this year in our cars, to get the additional 2 cars. Last year, because we only chose to get 2 new cars, the 2 cars that were left in the fleet incurred a significant amount of cost to keep them running. they're unsafe, they've been out of service frequently throughout the year, and they're costing us a lot of money. So getting 2 additional cars, it makes sense when you're managing a fleet that runs the way they run. It just feels wrong to tell me that, well, let's say that, well, we shouldn't have bought the cars because I need to be able to respond to emergencies. And I don't have the option of, having an officer hop in their own car and get there. So.
Ms. Seabrook.
Susan Seabrook, 33 James Way. I was under the impression that and I might be wrong, that the school and the town had the same health care, and the school's deductible is $10 a visit. So am I incorrect in that assumption, Jason?
Yeah, we're rated together, but we have different plans. But
Excuse me?
We're part of the same rate pool, but we get different plans.
So for the past 3 years, you've had a $5 deductible for office visits?
Yes.
And okay.
Yeah.
Because the school has 10.
Yes, and with the school potentially changing, that impacts us too, so, because we go into a different rate plan, so that may
Okay.
change.
So follow-up question.
Sure.
You said that your health care change comes in July. Would you be considering, I've heard, and it's not rumors, but I've heard that health care costs for the town with the separation of the school, if the school contract passes, our school contract will cost less to the town, and because we're, whatever that term is, but not merged anymore, your costs might go up?
Exactly. Yep.
So are you considering, third follow-up question, are you considering going with the same plan if the school contract passes?
Nothing, as far as at this point, nothing's off the table. We're in July, actually before July, we'll start looking at those options. We'll see where the school contract comes out, what changes on that side, and how we can get the lowest cost service to provide.
So you might consider going with what the school has to save cost to the town?
If it's a viable plan, I can't see why we wouldn't look at it.
Thank you.
Robin Corbeil for Nesmith Court. Off topic, I guess. As a result of the default budget, was there a scaling back of snow removal, road maintenance?
No.
Okay.
No, and I know there's been some discussions around the snow removal and all that. It's safe to say that nothing has changed. We're trying to be as effective as we always have. We've had some, during some of the heights of the storms, we've had several equipment breakdowns that caused us to be delayed. And then also some of the storms were just bizarre, right? 20-degree below weather, ice and salt doesn't really work very well, so.
It just seemed like in the last couple of years, as I look out my window, because I'm a teacher, on the snow days, that my road gets plowed less, gets plowed later, and I didn't know if that was a result of a default budget, and if we got into a regular budget, would we see better? And maybe it's just because I now have a high school driver that I pay a lot more attention to what those roads look like on the mornings that those kids are driving into Campbell High School. And it seemed to me that they seemed to be not significantly less, but less. So I didn't know if that was a result of a default, and if there was hope for that to get better if we pass a budget, or if that's just my imagination.
No, there's no direct relationship to the default. I will say that the priority when the snow is falling, obviously we're trying to make judgment calls on how much is going to fall, when it's going to stop, because having the trucks out there for 8 hours when the storm's going to be over in whatever doesn't make a lot of sense fiscally. The focus is always on the main arteries, the main thoroughfare, Albuquerque, Hill, all those roads that a lot of traffic travel through. The outlet roads or the cul-de-sacs and all that, those are typically lower priority, but they do get to them at least one pass through the height of the storm.
I just, again, noticed as a teacher, standing out in front of that school, it takes the buses a lot longer to get to our schools on those snow days. Hopefully they're driving carefully, so I just didn't know. Thank you.
It's always advisable to tell them to drive careful.
I would just like to expand on my vote and what Mr. Brunel said about each individual budget. And for those that don't follow or did not follow the process, we went through these budgets, each individual department budget. I don't know about how many there were. There's a big stack, from town clerk to zoning to planning board to mosquito to police, some of the smaller and the larger ones. And in each budget, it was majority vote and approved. They look good. I mean, it's you can make an argument. You could take 2 cents out of this line or $20 out of this line or cut each one 1%, but they look good. Then when you put it all together and you see the number, then at least for me, I had to reassess it from a different point of view, and I looked at the total number and the total tax impact, and from my point of view, I thought 1% would be doable. And that gets back to the philosophy, anybody that runs a household, which I'm assuming is everybody here, or people that run a business, sometimes you're confined by what you know is coming in. A two-family household at the beginning of the year knows the dollar amount they're going to end up with or allowed to spend by the end of the year, and there's no room to say, well, I need more, therefore I could spend more. You can't. That's going into debt. Same thing with businesses. So although each department budget might have looked good, the reality, in my view, for the bigger picture was a 1% cut would have been reasonable, and it would have been doable, in my opinion, because you now have to go through and make the cuts to make it fit into the end number, which is unfortunately what governments don't have to do. I mean, they try, they're conscientious about it, but in the end you don't have to, because you have an unlimited supply by just changing the tax rate, and you take the money. I don't think it's necessary, and even if the proposed budget failed, there will still be a tax increase, and there will be an increase over last year's spending.
Further discussion on Article 5?
Tim Finnegan, 147 Talent Road. Only because you brought up the police cars. For this town, the size of the town, the length of town, for me, our cops should be driving around in, diesel Jettas. We don't need, these guys aren't going on high-speed chases, they're not up on the highways. I know we're going to hear a whole bunch about how there aren't things made, that the people who are making auxiliary equipment for police cars don't make them for Jettas. They only make them for the SUVs now. Believe me, there'd be somebody who would make them if we had them.
Susan Seabrook, 33 James Way. I speak in support of the safety of our town and the safety of our police force that risk their lives to keep us safe. The other night I was coming home from school and it was late. I had something going on, and there were two cruisers. I saw those lights way before I saw the cars, and there were two cruisers. The SUVs pulled over, and I spoke to a police officer when they visited the school the next day to check on things, and they said they can light up a whole area with that SUV and search for lost children, elderly. Any one of us are safer in this town because of those cruisers, and I 100% support their safety.
Can I see a show of hands of everybody on the stage who's for public safety? Is there anybody not for public safety? Oh.
Further discussion on Article 5? Hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you.
Article 6, road improvement. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $170,000 for the purpose of road pavement improvement projects. This sum matches the amount expected to be received and appropriated by the town through the NHDOT Highway Block Grant. It is anticipated that these funds will be used toward the costs of repairs to Cutler Road and Stark Lane. This is a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Section 6, and will not lapse until the improvements are completed by December 31st, 2016, whichever is sooner. Estimated 2014 tax impact is 21 cents. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, and it's recommended by the Budget Committee 6-2. Mr. Brunel.
So, one of our tasks as a governing body is to maintain our assets, and the roads are one of our critical assets. Currently today we maintain over 77 miles of road. Unfortunately, 16 miles or so are needing drastic repair. We have an inventory of all of our roads. They're all scored and rated. A fair amount of our town is in good shape, but a lot of our roads were built around the same time, so they all start to fill around the same time. What we're trying to do with this additional funding, what we're asking for is a sort of a matching. We're asking the taxpayers to match our highway block grant fund that we get from the state of $170,000, which is the estimate this year. We're asking to match in kind so that we can have twice the amount of money so that we can get twice the amount of the roads done. If you look at, I don't do pictures very well, but this is one that represents basically, again, as I said earlier, a lot of our roads are in good shape. But even the ones that are in good shape are going to start having their challenges. This winter has been really, really tough on our roads. That's net new information. That wasn't information we put this together when we asked for it. But we do have a lot of roads now that were, you know, okay, but now they're showing their wear because of the salt usage, the cold, and the freeze.
I'm from Dedham.
Someone's a, I don't know. I didn't put that one together. If we continue to rely on just the highway block grant funding, it will take us 27 years at the current spend rate to fix the roads that are in dire need. Those are the ones that are scored and need to be repaired. This, again, asking for the additional funding it gets us there a little quicker, not as fast as that I think we would like, but unfortunately we have got to do what we can do from a cost perspective. Since, you know, we've done a significant amount of roads, there's been a lot of road work done since 2008, 2009. We've done a lot of work to improve the major thoroughways. Those have been taken care of, but there are still more to do. Our road agent has worked tirelessly on the inventory and trying to identify a plan that makes sense, taking into account, you know, what we can afford, what we can't afford. And so, you know, this will help the road agent get these tasks done, as I said earlier, in a little bit quicker, speedier time. One thing to note, you know, the road agent has, since the road agent has taken office, has reduced his operating budget consistently year over year and has tightened that budget so that it's really, you know, he's getting things done very effectively. They're working collaboratively with other organizations to make things happen quicker and faster and cheaper. So the proposal, like I said, to match the block grant, to allow us to have $340,000 next year in road improvements. It'll help us reduce some of the deferred costs because, again, all those costs are going up. If we stretch this over 5 years for those targeted roads, costs will just keep on going up. Again, it's to match what's in the budget already today. Oops. So here's what we're talking about. If we do nothing, if this warrant goes down, it's not approved, we still will have the $170,000 to repair the roads, and our targeted roads right now are going to be Mike, Stark, Nesson-Kagan, Robin. Now that's before the winter. Things may change because some roads, like I said earlier, are having some challenges, but that's what we're still targeting for our projects next year with the funding that's in the budget. If the warrant passes, we're trying to target those additional roads. And again, some of these roads may change. It depends on, in talking to the road agent the other day, he may look at rescoring a few roads just because they're showing a lot more wear unexpectedly due to the winter. So what was lower on the priority list may get bubbled up. And again, something to clarify too, we're projecting this out to 2018. We'll have to come back every year and ask you for the $170,000 or that match. This is just 1 year, and when we do that, it will just be those 4 roads. Except that was 5, but it's 4. Yeah. Okay. That's all I have for the presentation. I'll obviously take any questions.
Further discussion, Article 6.
Yeah, Bill Spencer, Cranberry Lane. I like the list up there, John, but the warrant article we're discussing only mentions 2 roads. And as it's written, doesn't mean we're going to do those 2 roads even if it passes.
That's correct.
So isn't that a little misleading to the voter? I mean, when I go in and vote on a warrant article and I see that it says I'm going to do Cutler, and I live on Cutler and I want it done, and I vote for it, then I expect that's what I'm voting for.
Yeah, so when we created the warrant, we weren't going to list any roads at all, but we know people want to know what we're targeting, and that is what we're targeting. As I said earlier, because things do change over the next couple months, we may have to change those roads out, but it'll be one of the ones in the scoring high. So there is an inventory out there of the roads. we're not gonna go off and take a road that is less priority. We're gonna take a road that actually is which is in need to be repaired, not something that, you know, is a pet project or anything like that.
Okay. If I were to make an amendment, which I'm not going to, by the way, I'd move to delete those two, the mention of the roads, because there's no guarantee that's what you're gonna do. And when I vote on it, I expect to vote on what's on the article. But I'm not gonna make that amendment. Somebody else can if they want to, but I'm not going to.
Yep. No, it's fair, Bill. Like I said, it's there to help clarify, but it could change. And again, it'll change based on the inventory that we have out there.
Oh, no, pardon me, which one? Doesn't matter. Here you go.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Al Raccio, 16 Bear Run. Just to echo some of Mr. Spencer's concerns, I too am very concerned about the lack of specific direction for the additional potential funding. And I would like to request the moderator to allow me time to make an appropriate amendment for the people here to actually vote on, to basically state for the added funds, if passed, we would select specific targeted roads, and to still allow the Board of Selectmen and the townspeople the discretion of movement, apply them to the Mike, Stark Lane, Nessenkeg, to the arbitrary ones that the block grant funds are already going to pay for.
Okay, so we have an amendment proposed. You'll be putting it in writing to that effect. Do we have a second?
Second it.
So you got to repeat it. We kind of have to have the amendment in writing. So why don't you take the time, put it in writing?
Thank you.
All right, this paper up here if you want.
Got paper.
Okay. Will your question affect what he's proposing as an amendment? So then we'll wait for, George, will your question affect his proposed amendment?
I'm not sure.
So let's wait for Mr. Raccio to put his amendment together.
Thank you. Since I was coming up to make a statement that may actually impact Mr. Raccio's amendment, might I?
Okay, sure.
George Lambert, 3 Lidston Lane. I spent a couple years as a selectman. I really enjoyed it. And the one thing I learned is that road repair is one of those things that you need to do, and the longer you wait, the more expensive it gets. But in business, there is something you do, which is if you can reduce costs by putting things together, that might be a good thing to do. Our current road agent has done an exceptional job over the last few years of coming to the Board of Selectmen and saying, if we go do the following road work while we're doing the road work a half a mile up the street, we can tremendously reduce costs. I think it's absolutely essential that our road agent have that flexibility so that we can get the most value out of our road repair dollar and let him make the informed decisions based on the best technology, the best proposals he can get with our vendors, and with the education he's gotten from the state.
Thank you, sir. You can make a comment. I don't want to, we're not going to entertain another proposed amendment. That's my point. So if you have a question, that's great.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Jack Shiner, 10 Whittemore Drive. Over the years, I've noticed that the highway block grant hasn't totally been used. How much do we have in that block grant at this point in time?
Zero. Zero. It's been used, the last couple of years, we've been using it to its fullest, and so it's at zero right now.
Okay.
Yeah. There was a practice in the past where it was being banked and saved. That hasn't happened over the last couple of years. And just a clarification, I believe if the amendment that comes forward changes what it, the article as written actually achieves what I believe Mr. Raccio was trying to accomplish. If he changes it, it may actually result in a no means no. I mean, we will not be able to fix those roads that he identifies. We wrote it this way so we have some flexibility with the goal of trying to complete. This year in the operating budget, we are targeting to do Cutler, and Stark we would start Stark. The approval of the $170,000 this year will allow us to complete Stark and get some of those additional other roads done. So, just my clarification.
Go ahead.
Tim Finnegan, 147 Talent Road. If this is, as it's written, independent of any upcoming amendments, as it's written, If the article is not approved, that does not stop the town from taking additional funds, $40,000, and putting it towards roads. Is that correct?
We'd have to come out, if we were to do that, it would come out of some other appropriation. The only appropriation we have for road repair is $170,000, which is covering Cutler Road.
Right, but we talked
And
about
that's in the
earlier where
operating budget.
there was money left over at the end of 2013. I just want to make sure I understand that it does not limit expenditures. It only says we're going to spend the block grants in this way if it is not passed.
Yep.
This article has nothing whatsoever to do with the block grant money. That is in the operating budget. That's going to be spent regardless. The only connection is it's the same amount of money. That term doesn't even necessarily have to be in this warrant article.
Right, but if this was not passed, that does not mean we cannot spend non-block grant monies.
Yeah, Tim, right. So we can spend other operating budget money if we deem is it a priority to do that. The notion of having any money left over in 2013, just to clarify, we had $25,000 left to the bottom line, and we're still closing out 2013. We did not encumber any dollars this year because it's too close to the bottom line. As you know, we cannot spend beyond the appropriation. So that is not, we don't typically get to that level. That was a result of the default, but you know, we still did a good job, and there's not enough money to get these roads done. What's in the operating budget is one road project and a little bit of a start of another road project. Again, it's not about the money per se. It's about the money, but it's how do we get more of the roads done effectively in a short period of time, because we have a lot of roads. And again, as I said earlier, if we don't do nothing, we continue leveraging block grant, and we don't raise any other appropriations, it'll take us 27 years to fix all the roads that are in need to be repaired today. And don't forget, as those roads still need, other roads start failing. So,
Mr. Recchio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In light of recent comments, I will respectfully withdraw my motion to amend the article as it's stated.
Okay.
But I will be looking for commitment by the board to basically execute the plan as publicly demonstrated, given any unforeseen major disruptions. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion on Article 6? Hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as written.
thank you.
Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $207,000 for the purchase of replacement breathing apparatus equipment, $21,000 to be raised from taxation from the remaining $186,000 representing Litchfield's share of the regional grant being applied for by the towns of Litchfield, Goffstown, Dunbarton, Ware, New Boston, and Bedford. If the grant is not received, the amount to be raised and appropriated will be reduced to $21,000, and the expected grant funds will be raised and appropriated at a future town meeting. This is a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Section 6, and will not lapse until the equipment is purchased or by December 31st, 2016, whichever is sooner. Estimated 2014 tax rate impact is 3 cents. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0. Recommended by the Budget Committee 8-0. Mr. Bork.
Kevin Bork, Selectman. Just give you some background information on this. It comes from our membership with Sauhegan Mutual Aid System. Several towns have collaborated to seek a FEMA Assistant Firefighter grant to replace what we call the SCBA, which is a air-packed self-contained breathing apparatus for the fire department. If this grant is awarded, the grant itself covers 90% of the cost, and Litchfield's share of that is approximately $21,000. What this grant does is it will replace our current SCBA's, which were manufactured in 1997. and it's under the edition of the 1997 edition of NFPA 1981. The current air packs were manufactured in 2001. The life expectancy of those are about 15 years. So if you do the math, coming up 2016, the air packs that we currently use would reach their life expectancy. With getting to that 15-year expectancy on them, the biggest thing that we lack right now is the technology and safety of our current models. The new models, what they will have is they'll have a heads-up display. What that means is the current models, let me show you some pictures. Is that up here, Jason? Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah. So with the new models, what it does is, on the display piece, what it does is allows the firefighter to actually see how much air he actually has left in his pack. Our current models do not do that. Also, in addition to that, they have what they call a RIC connection, if I'm saying that right, Chief. And what that does is gives the firefighter the ability to connect with any other manufacturer's unit. Also, the new ones, what they do is they're much lighter, much safer, from preventing firefighters from getting trapped. Our current models are not compatible with our surrounding communities. We are the only community in this area that has the model that we have, which is what they call Survive Air. Again, not compatible with any of the other fire departments around the surrounding communities. Also, the changes of the service alarms, currently it's 25%. The new requirement actually is 33%. Again, voice, current packs, very hard to speak to firefighters when you're in a situation. The new packs would allow much better communication. Also, the temperature rating on the face piece for the firefighter is much higher. Again, what I would stress is the biggest thing with this warrant article is the safety of the firefighters. As you know, it's a very dangerous job, and that's pretty much the background on this. Any questions?
Further discussion, Article 7. Hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as written. I'd like to recognize Mr. Byron to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration of prior warrant articles.
Do we have a second? All in favor of restricting reconsideration of all prior articles, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Let's see, Article 8. Shall the town vote to approve the cost items for wage and related costs that have been included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the town of Litchfield and Council 93 of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, which provides the following increases in wages and benefits. For 2014, $44,562. For 2015, $31,355 estimated. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $44,562 for the 2014 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional cost attributable to the increase in benefits over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels. This collective bargaining agreement covers the full and part-time patrol officers and full-time dispatchers. This contract contains no raise for 2014 and a 2% raise in 2015. Estimated 2014 tax rate impact is 5 cents. This is recommended by the school board 4-1, and recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-1, and recommended by the Budget Committee 6-2. Mr. Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm uncertain as to how the school board views this, so I'll present only for the selectmen. Thank you. The proposed contract, as the moderator said and as the warrant article details, contains a cost breakdown for the 2 years. The first year breakdown is approximately $42,500, followed by 2015 cost to the town of $29,355. In terms of increases to the salaries of the police officers, the increases in the wage progression is a 0% increase for 2014 and a 2% increase for 2015. The prior contract that the town had, and just to make it clear, this contract that's being proposed today is for 2 years, not 3, 2 years. The prior contract that the town had was a 3-year contract, which contained 0% for 2012, 1% for 2013, and a 2% for 2012. 2013 had a 2%. New in this contract that was not have been in other contracts was an educational one-time stipend that will not carry through to other contract or other periods. It'll be a one-time supplement that will be given to the officers. This was done to avoid having costs that would be carried through on a tax basis year after year after year, and therefore it does not increase or change the salary of the officers. It was better to do it that way from the taxpayer's perspective to ensure that we didn't have to pay this over and over again in subsequent years. We also instituted an ongoing degree completion only if the officer is an employee of the town of Litchfield at the time of the completion of the degree. We've increased the third shift differential from 50 cents to $1 per hour, and that is also juxtaposed against a 0% change in the second shift differential. Individual uniform replacement account has been changed and to allow for the chief to manage those accounts, and the chief will be able to ensure that the officers have the uniforms that are necessary for the job. We have instituted a voluntary retirement plan, which is a 457B plan. It's run through the state of New Hampshire. The retirement plan will match up to $1,000 per year for the officers. One of the notes of this plan that you should be aware of is that this plan will only be suitable or only be able to be used for officers who are doing detail work. Thus, the cost of this plan is not paid for by the taxpayers. The cost is paid through the detail work that the officers perform. It requires that a detail rate be increased to $59.75. And when the Board of Selectmen looked at this compared to surrounding towns, it's in line with other municipalities and what they charge. Dispatch members will be eligible as well and will be able to put up to $1,000 away of their earnings. And that will be done through the administrative costs of the details as well. Thus, there will be no charge to the taxpayers through the tax rate. We have reduced for new employees coming into the police department or any new employees the earned time account from 660 hours from 960 hours. The intent is that will save the town money in the long run. And we also have converted individual health and dental insurance costs to 80-20 split for all incoming officers, which will be for the same as any two individual or family plans that an officer would have. And we've also reduced outdated position references, that type of thing. And I believe I am now taking questions.
Further discussion on Article 8.
Hi, Tim Finnegan, 147 Talent Road. I guess I'm not clear. If we're not raising salaries in 2014, why is the bulk of the increase slated for 2014?
The bulk of the increase in 2014 would be for that educational stipend that was talked about.
The 40, okay.
Okay.
Further discussion on Article 8. Okay, hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as written. Article 9, shall the town, if Article 5 is defeated, authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 5 cost items only. This is a majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Mr. Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 5 is simply an article that allows that if this contract is defeated, that the Board of Selectmen can continue negotiating with the officers, see what we can bring back to the voters, if that's what they wish, and then present that for the voters to their consideration. If the police union contract, for some reason, the voters feel that it can be refined in some fashion, then we would do that and try and bring that back for your consideration.
Discussion Article 9.
Jason Girdle, Perry Court. So Frank, if it's defeated, then this would authorize the Board of Selectmen to call a special meeting. Would the special meeting look like this?
My understanding, and having not done a special meeting before, is that there would be a deliberative session similar to this one that would allow us to present the changed information, and that what would end up happening at that point is it would go to a ballot and the voters would be able to vote on it.
Okay, so it'd go to another ballot. It wouldn't just be done in this one special meeting.
Let me confirm, but that's my understanding.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Just so that everybody hears what our town council said, is it would be run exactly the same way as an SB2 town, which is we would have a deliberative session and as well as a written ballot that you vote on.
All right, Carrie Douglas, 9 Pheasant Street. So you're saying that this is to reconsider the police contract?
If it fails.
Which is Article 8?
That's correct.
The warrant up here references Article 5.
Yeah, I think we have a motion coming to change to fix
All right.
that. Thank you. So we'll hold here for a second. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Yep.
The motion will read, shall the town, if Article 8 is defeated, authorize the governing body at its option to address Article 8 cost items only?
Do we have a second? All in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Passed. Further discussion on Article 9 as amended? Hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as amended. Thank you. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to establish a stormwater management expendable trust fund pursuant to RSA 31:19-A. Furthermore, to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for deposit into this fund, and to appoint the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from the fund. The fund can be used for the costs associated with engineering, documenting, repair, and planning of stormwater and drainage systems, as well as compliance and EPA stormwater system permits. Estimated 2014 tax rate impact is 5 cents. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-1, recommended by the Budget Committee 4-3-1. Mr. Hoke.
Stormwater discharges by towns are governed by a permit from the EPA. The last permit that was issued by the EPA for our region was in 2003. It was a 5-year permit. So extensive revisions to that have been underway since 2008. They released a draft permit in 2013, and that was subject to extensive comments by a lot of the affected municipalities, including Litchfield. There are a number of things that are good, right, responsible things to do, and there were a lot of things that we looked at and said that may be a place beyond where we want to be. The 2003 permit had requirements for mapping, public education, and management. Again, this new permit, much more intensive, looking at analysis of networks, testing of outflows, a much more comprehensive education requirement, and technical management plans for all of the places where there is discharge from a culvert into a body of water. We expect the overall cost of compliance will be much higher. Certainly will require additional engineering support. It will be at a point where it's no longer able to be managed in-house. Some of the numbers that I received in comparison would be, with the draft permit, would be a cost likely for us of between $75,000 and $90,000 a year if it was completely handled by engineer. What we're looking to do at this point is we know some of the things that are going to happen. So we need to take our base data, that we do have build out and begin analyzing the drainage networks, evaluate our current system for its capacity, risk, construction condition, define and prioritize those areas where we expect we have issues or there are no issues. If and when that permit is finally issued, the first step that is formally required of us is what's called a notice of intent. At this point, we still expect to see that in 2014. We may not. Because of the knowledge that it's coming, but the uncertainty of timing, it leads us to this proposal that we've put out now. We know there's some things that we should do, will need to do. This is not going to go away. It's just the when and how much. So we've proposed the trust fund for this. So it allows us to start working on some of the measures. It gives us the ability, if the permit is issued in 2014, it doesn't require us to do anything. If the lay of the land changes, the money is there because there will be a point that we will need to do this.
Discussion on Article 10.
Mr. Moderator, I rise, George Lambert, 3 Liston Lane. I rise to make an amendment to raise the amount of money to be appropriated to $90,000 in the event that we need to do this. Thank you.
Do we have a second for this motion? Do we have a second or not? Second. We have a second. Do you want to discuss this further, George?
Absolutely. Sorry.
Otherwise, we don't have a clue why you're doing this.
Oh, thank you very much. If we go to a default budget and we need to do this, EPA tells us we have to do it. We risk fines and a whole bunch of other things I learned about earlier as a selectman. So if we screw up our stormwater management permits, we'll have legal fees and all kinds of hassles. We're putting this money into a savings account, which the legislative body can take out at any time. But in the event that we end up in a tight situation, we have options around doing EPA stuff.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 10. Hearing none, do we have, so we'd like to make a motion to change the article, the dollar value from $40,000 to $90,000. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, George, sorry.
My wife didn't even vote. Motion to reconsider.
All right, further discussion on Article 10 as written.
I'm actually quite serious on my motion to reconsider. I would like to point out that if we were to defeat this article with the higher budget, then this town could spend not a single dollar on this particular effort.
So are you proposing that we resubmit an amendment to Article 10?
Yes, I reconsider my...
So we're submitting this one more time?
Yes, because if the voters were to vote it down, we couldn't spend any money.
All right, so we have just a second amendment proposed, the same number by the same person, just to make sure you know what you're listening to. Those opposed, go ahead, George.
If you were in favor of this, we would raise the number to $90,000. I suspect the Board of Selectmen would vote no and say they weren't interested. The Budget Committee, they'd probably vote no and not be interested either, and the voters might say, oh, nobody's interested in spending $90,000. But $40,000, the voters might spend. So I really don't want to spend the money, but I want to make sure that all these bodies up here get to vote it down. That's my actual intent.
So let me get the second. So the amendment again, or the proposed amendment, is to raise this to $90,000. Those in favor of raising it, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. There you have it, George. The noes have it 2 times. Okay. Further discussion on the Article 10 as written. None. So you'll find it on the ballot as written. At this time, we're going to take a quick, it's about 2 hours into this, we'll take a quick 10-minute break, 15-minute break max. So we're going to start up again, with or without you, at 5 past noon. And we have a little presentation we'd like to do first, if you don't mind. Good.
Jewett, she's right there.
Before everybody leaves the room, if we can do a quick recognition. Folks probably, I'm sure folks have heard that Mrs. Jewett, Pat Jewett, as she likes to be called, has decided to step down from the Board of Selectmen effective March 11th at the town election. And I don't think I need to really go through all this. I mean, most folks who live in town know Pat. They've seen her walking the side of the streets, cleaning up trash, doing different events in town. She's always there. She's been a fixture. You know, Pat has served this community for over 27 years in many, many different capacities, Board of Selectmen just being the last and not the least. She has single-handedly done events to help our soldiers overseas, families within town in need, children, and so on. So what we like to do is just present her with a service plaque. I forgot it. Anyway, this is the smallest thing we can do today, and quite frankly, she deserves a lot more. And please stand by; you'll see more. But we were going to present her with a plaque that says, "Presented to." I want to say it, but she'll hit me. M. Patricia Jewett, in recognition of the 3 decades of service to the town of Litchfield, with gratitude, the Litchfield Board of Selectmen, dated February 1st, 2014. Without her, there's a lot of things that wouldn't have happened in town, and she's been a very frugal person, as you hear her. But the one thing she's never been frugal about is her time. She's given tirelessly to this town and deserves all the thanks we can give her. Mrs. Jewett, thank you.
Gym teacher in the olden days. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But you know what? As you know, I told these people before, don't spend any money on me. Make something frugal. They call me Jewett, Jewett, and that's not nice, but that's all right. But I am frugal, there's no doubt about it. But you know what? I moved here in 1950. And in 1952, Pearlie Colby asked me at the Memorial Day program, Pat, will you be on the committee with me for conservation? I thought, what? I don't know that much about it. He said, well, you'll learn. And so I did. I joined. And I've been involved in something every year since then. But the way to stay young, I'm 85, is to be involved in your community. Help the people that need it. And I also was a special ed teacher and then special ed for 30 years. And there is a chance that I learned that I could really help people. And did welfare for 22 years in Litchfield. And I had learned that I've gotten friends that I've had all my life because I did some volunteering and all. So it's a wonderful opportunity. But I felt I was in the hospital 5 times in 4 months. The ambulance even knows about it. I'm so embarrassed, because I said, these people go for hangnails, some of them, and I'm not going to it by ambulance. But I did go twice by ambulance, not because I wanted to. But it's a wonderful chance to help people. I missed 1 meeting in 26 years, and then I missed 3 meetings, maybe 4? I don't know, in the last 4 months. So I thought, time to give up, Pat. But I'll tell you, since I lost Will 4 years ago, it hasn't been the same. It really hasn't. And I feel it's an effort to do what I want to do to help people. But people have been so good to me. I have gotten flowers, phone calls, food, offers of transportation and all. So all in all, do for others, it'll come back to you tenfold. That's my philosophy. So I say be firm, fair, and fun, and a lot of fun. So I thank you all. I'm going to miss it. If you could see the day I wrote this resignation, I cried like a baby. I thought, gee, Pat, what's the matter with you? I thought you were strong, but I guess I'm not really. But thanks again, and I'm going to miss it terribly. But if I can get better, I'm going to be back. You bet your life. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody, and if nothing else can be said, volunteer.
Right.
She's a model, and we should take her lead. I'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Just 5-10 minutes, please.
5 minutes,
okay?
and we'll get kicked back off again.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to begin again. If you could take your seats, please.
John? Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
Before we go to the next warrant article, can I ask for a point of clarification on one that we already discussed that's not up for reconsideration yet? Like,
We did the stormwater last. We didn't do the town hall. Okay, got it. Okay, we're going to start again. If you could close the doors, we'll be good. All right. No, not all. No. All right, Mr. Garrett has a question.
yeah, Jason Gord, 11 Perry Court. When we discussed Article 9, the contract special meeting earlier, and I asked to verify whether a special meeting included a ballot or not, as I was sitting there thinking, a couple years ago when the state provided us with some additional funds for the school board, or for the school district, that was worded in the very same way, special meeting. And we did not have a ballot. Although we're an SB2 town, we didn't have a ballot. The ballot we had was in this room in a special meeting. So I wanted to clarify that we were going to actually have a deliberative session and then a subsequent voting action separate, like we do for regular SB2
Can we have town council talk about that, do you think?
So I don't know what happened last time, but all this article does is it saves the town from having to petition the Superior Court to have a special town meeting. Because normally if you're going to have a special town meeting that raises and appropriates money, you have to go to Superior Court before you can do that. So this authorizes them to hold a special town meeting, but that special town meeting would be held just like any other special town meeting, which would be a deliberative session and then a ballot session some weeks later.
Okay, so just like the normal way we do it?
Yes.
Okay, and then this question's for John. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Is at that point that the voters said no and you need a special meeting to reconsider, and those are for cost items only, are you, I guess my point is this, is we took it to the voter, they said no, because for whatever reason they chose, but there's a cost associated to it. Would you suspect then that if you came back to them with cost item adjustments, I would imagine lower, otherwise if they were higher, why would we just not wait until the next year?
I don't, right, okay. Yeah, so it gives us the authorization to do it, but the Board of Selectmen still have to decide whether or not they're going to do it. And so you're right, if the vote failed overwhelmingly, we may decide one way versus the other. I think there's other variables that will happen when we get to that point, right? There's other things that are changing within the town as far as costs and things like that that we may have to address. So
Yeah.
at this point, there's no guarantee that we'll go forward with it.
Yeah, no, I understand. And again, if the voters said no the first time, then why would they say yes, come back? I can argue, why would they give you the permission to do that? The problem is, as you know, as well as most of us in this room who participate on an ongoing basis, some folks may not understand necessarily what that means, and that's the fault of the voter anyway. But the point is what they see, what the voter sees, because they don't understand necessarily what's exactly going on, in my opinion, it creates a very negative taste in the voters' mouths, because all of a sudden we're having an election. What? For what? Oh, we're doing the police contract again. Well, didn't we just say no? And so in my opinion, it's a bad idea to go in the middle of the year somewhere to have another election and the costs associated with an election. Yep. And it causes people to wonder why, what, you didn't hear us the first time?
I think the point
All
is
right.
we're asking for the option, and if they willingly give us the option, we'll act on it or not.
Okay, we're here to talk about Article 11. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for repainting the old town hall, and to fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that amount from the unexpended fund balance as of December 13, 2013. This price includes legally required abatement of lead paint. This would have a net cost to 2014 general taxation of $0. Estimated tax rate impact, $0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-1. Recommended by the Budget Committee 701. Mr. Bork.
Short and sweet on this. What this article is just about taking care of our assets and something that needs to be done. The cost, I know some people have asked about the cost. The cost is associated with the lead abatement. It's very expensive to do that, so that's it.
Any further discussion on Article 11?
Are we, have we had it tested? Does it indeed have lead?
Yes, we have.
Further discussion, Article 11? Hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as written. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $43,120 for the replacement of the roof on Talent Hall, and to fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of the amount from the unexpended fund balance as of December 31st, 2013. This would have a net cost to 2014 general taxation of $0, estimated 2014 tax rate impact 0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 601. Mr. Brunel.
Yeah, so basically we're asking for permission to repair the town hall roof and use fund balance dollars to do it, so no impact to the tax base. The existing roof is a bow roof. It's metal. It's got a metal deck covered with 2 inches of insulation, and it's an asphalt paper type roof. The current roof is 20 years old and showing wear, or it's now getting wear and brittle. And over the last 4 years or so, it's had several leaks and so on. The proposal will replace it with a new roof that'll be a rubber membrane type with 4 inches of insulation, which will help with the heat loss and so on in the building. And again, the proposal is using fund balance, so no tax impact.
Further discussion, Article 12. Mr. Garrett.
Jason, 11 Perry Court. I'd like to say that $43,000 for that roof is a very good price. It's kind of what I do for, that's part of what I do for a living, so that is actually a good price. I was quite surprised when that number came in. My concern mainly is with the notion that it doesn't have any tax impact. Where do these funds come from? Is the general fund? Well, where do those funds come from?
The general fund is from funds that are left over from prior years, not used for offsetting taxes and or savings. So my point being is that there is no direct impact this year.
Right.
Versus us raising it. We have the money. Our bank account is very healthy, and the only ways we can leverage those bank accounts are either through warrant like this or through tax adjustment in November, October, whatever that time frame is.
Agreed.
So
I'm not making
it's just one way for us to offset taxes. We have to do the repair. This is one way to pay for it, so we're not directly going back into the...
Understood, and I'm not arguing any of that. All I'm saying, though, is it does have tax impact because those same dollars could have been used to lower the tax rate.
And the argument would be is we're doing that by not appropriating it first and then doing it, offsetting it later.
No, what I meant is if you weren't doing the roof or weren't doing Old Town Hall, you could have used those funds to offset this year's tax rate.
There's the impact.
Yes, correct. But we have to take care of these assets, so...
I'm not arguing that, but the choice could have been to offset taxes.
And let the buildings fall apart.
Well, that's a different question.
No, just to be clarification, the wording of the article doesn't talk about impacting the tax. It's the estimated 2014 tax impact. So it's kind of a mix of words.
Yeah, it is. It's very true. There's no tax increase this year.
Right.
Based on that one.
Mr. Raccio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Al Raccio, 16 Bear Run Drive. I have to agree with Mr. Garrett. In a former motion by Selectman Byron, we opted not to discuss previous issues on the ballot. As I looked forward through the ballot, I had serious questions, and I will not direct this comment towards to that effect. However, I do have to point out that this is the second time in 3 minutes we've talked about unused funds in the fund balance. And as we look at our overall objectives for this year's budget, we talked about matching funds that we already are going to get in previous discussions. Along Mr. Garrett, while we have not increased this year's taxes, we have opted as a board to allocate these additional town funds to these selected objects while still increasing our overall tax rate in a default condition. I find that to be very perplexing and unsettling for the board to take that direction. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion on Article 12? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $44,952 to support the requests of human services agencies including Big Brother Big Sisters, Home Health and Hospice, St. Joseph's Community Services, Bridges, and Community Council of Nashua. Estimated 2014 tax rate impact is 1 cent, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 6-1-1. Mr. Brunel.
So we've done this last year. We basically asked the residents whether or not they support these requests. The requests do total up $31,916 from these agencies. We're proposing a similar match to a similar donation as we have done in the past years. There's not much more I can say about it other than that. I forget, did this pass last year? Yeah, it passed last year, so we're asking just for the same acknowledgement that you're okay with us donating those $4,500.
Further discussion, Article 13. Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written.
And I would just say one comment. If you have spare change and you want to donate to these organizations, a lot of them are good organizations, and the town does benefit from them greatly.
Article 14, to see if the town will vote to discontinue the vacation accrual expendable trust fund created in 2011 and return the balance of such fund to the town's general fund. The balance of this fund as of December 31st, 2013 is $59,629. And further, to see if the town will vote to establish an earned time accrual expendable trust fund under the provisions of RSA 31:19-A for the purpose of annually accounting for the cost of earned but unused vacation time so that the expenses associated with employee resignations, retirements, and buyouts of accrued earned time do not impact the current year budget, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $59,629 to put in the fund, with this amount to come from the unexpended fund balance as of December 31st, 2013, and further to appoint the Board of Selectmen to serve as agents to expend from the fund. This would have a net cost of to 2014 general taxation of $0. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 8-0. Mr. Hope.
This is really a housekeeping article. I apologize for being as unwieldy as it is. This is how we keep the Department of Revenue happy. Basically, we created a fund to cover the cost of accrued vacation time in 2011. Town meeting overwhelmingly supported that. The current union contract with Police Department and our personnel policy converted to earned time in 2013. Both the contract and the policy allow for a limited buyback of earned time rather than banking all of those accrued days for retirement or separation. The original article was passed when we only had and called it vacation time. This article allows that to recognize what we call it in our contract and policy now, and covers that buyback period as well as retirement and separation. Now, the mechanics of this to actually go from one form to the other is that we're closing the fund that we created in 2011, taking the balance that's in that fund. The trustees of trust funds will give it to us, we'll deposit it in the general fund, then we will immediately turn around and give that amount that's in the article, which was the year-end balance, back to the trustees in a new fund that has the purpose that's outlined. So it's a lot of housekeeping.
Further discussion on Article 14. Mrs. Seabrook. Oh.
Mrs. Susan Seabrook.
There you go.
33 James Way. I do have a question. Is there a cap I see that there's a cap on the amount of earned time accrued, is that so?
Yes, both the contract and the personnel policy have caps.
Okay, and that's true with the town?
Yes.
Employees and the police department?
Yes.
Does that change in the new contract for the police department this year?
The proposed contract for the police department has a lower cap than the current police contract has. The town's personnel policy has a cap that's lower than the current and proposed police contracts.
Thank you.
Further discussion, questions on Article 14? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to allow on-premise licensees for liquor sales to sell until 2 a.m. as authorized by RSA 179:17, Section 2B. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-1. Mr. Byron.
I'll have to raise the microphone here a second. Thank you. In 2013, the legislature made a change to the law. Under law at that time, it was required that any establishment serving liquor would close their doors at 1 a.m. The legislature allowed that to extend to 2 a.m. This is basically a, do you want to do this type of warrant article for the citizens? If the citizens wish to allow any establishment in the town of Litchfield who is serving liquor to serve until 2 a.m., then you would, of course, vote in favor of this warrant article. The Board of Selectmen, in considering this, discussed this with Chief O'Brien, and Chief O'Brien has expressed that he has no concerns about this, as we have officers on the streets at all times, and if you wish to drive around inebriated, that he will be glad to arrest you at any time that you do so, whether it's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., or 11 p.m. So the police department had no concerns with this warrant article.
Further discussion on Article 15? Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Mike DeMarco, 16B Colby Road. I just want to add that none of our alcohol serving restaurants in town are open past 11. So it really doesn't matter if we voted or not, just a point of reference.
This, just to clarify, so there's no confusion, this does not require restaurants to open and stay open until 2 a.m. So it's
if you chose to stay open.
If you chose to stay open, you could do so if this were to pass.
Just a point of reference, that's all.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on Article 15? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to amend the 2011 vote regarding the deposit of land use change tax funds into the Conservation Fund to authorize 80% of the land use change tax collected pursuant to RSA 79-A:25 to be deposited into the Conservation Fund in accordance with RSA 36-A:5, Section 3, as authorized by RSA 79-A:25, Section 2. However, in no event shall the balances in the Conservation Fund be permitted to exceed $1 million. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, voted 4-0. Mr. Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a warrant article that's designed to work in concert with the subsequent warrant article that will be coming up in a matter of minutes. As of December 31st, the Conservation Commission had $957,537.33. I'm sure it's grown since then. Those monies are accumulated in that fund as a result of current use changes to properties within the town. So if somebody has their property in what's called current use, meaning that they have a lower tax rate, when they take their property out of that category to develop their property, as an example, what ends up happening is that money then a 10%, if I'm not mistaken, 10% fee is attached to that, and that gets paid, and it's called the current use change tax. That fee then drops into the Conservation Land Acquisition Fund. The Board of Selectmen have looked at this fund and wish the Conservation Commission to really purchase properties. We are not taking money away of the Conservation Commission, as you'll see when we get into the subsequent article. What this basically does is it allows the citizens of the town to take and to cap the size of this fund in terms of growth and then yearly, and you'll see that in a subsequent article, make a determination as to whether we want to carry more money into that fund or not. So the idea is that the citizens will be able to become aware on a yearly basis of what the Conservation Commission's intentions are to do with the funds, what actions they're taking, what actions they're proposing, and to be able to make an informed vote in terms of each subsequent year, how big that fund will be allowed to grow and how it will be used. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion on Article 16. Hearing none, you'll find the article on the ballot as written. Article 17, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 79-A:25-A to account for revenues received from the land use change tax in a fund separate from the general fund? Any surplus remaining in the land use change tax fund shall not be part of the general fund until such time as the legislative body shall have had the opportunity at an annual meeting to vote to appropriate a specific amount from the land use change tax fund for any purpose not prohibited by the laws or by the Constitution of the state. After an annual meeting, any unappropriated balance of the land use change tax revenue received during the prior fiscal year shall be recognized as a general fund revenue for the current fiscal year. Any land use change tax which is to be placed in the conservation fund in accordance with RSA 79-A:25, Section 2, shall first be accounted for as revenue to the land use change tax fund before being transferred to the conservation fund at the time of collection. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Mr. Byron.
I would ask you to repeat, if you could, or reread the article, but as I said in the prior article, Article 16, these two articles are designed to work together. If you think of it as a glass, what happens is you have $1 million cap on the glass. Once that $1 million cap is reached, what happens is it flows over into the fund that is being set up on Article 17. That money that goes into that cap at that, into Article 17 fund at that time, then would each and every year get voted to be moved into either the Conservation Land Use Fund, or it can be voted to go into the fund balance of the town of Litchfield. The idea is that it gives you, the citizens, a chance to determine where that money goes and how it's going to be used. So we, as a Board of Selectmen, felt that if we did it this way, it could also change and moderate the fluctuations in tax rate that are occurring. For example, if the cap were to be $1 million and a large parcel of farmland, let's say, were to come out of current use, that amount of money will significantly drop the taxes for that year that it would hit. Subsequent year, the taxes would artificially come back or come back to where they were, depending upon how the budget was. And what would end up happening is we would be in a situation where your tax rate would be whipsawed from a low level to a high level. And what we're trying to do is moderate that to some extent.
Discussions on Article 17.
Yes, Ray Peoples, 205 Charles Bancroft Highway. This particular thing has went through a couple of variations over the years. It was originally set up when the town was growing very fast, and the idea was, as the farms, which we have a limited number of in the land that's not developed, to create that fund, to collect that money, to put into an area that could be expended if we wanted to protect some particular piece of land from some undesirable development. A few years ago, it was reduced, the amount of money that went in there. But I have to stress that this only happens one time. As the land in Litchfield as it's used and it's disappeared and the land use change tax happens, no additional money is going to go into that fund. So whatever is in there, it is in there. And there's no way to recreate it in the future. It's not like it's going to go on in perpetuity. The only concern I have here is that we're going to put this money over into this unexpended piece rather than putting it into that fund which was designed to grow, because land keeps getting more expensive. If the Conservation Commission was going to use that money to buy some piece to put in permanent conservation, whether it was for wildlife protection or for park or whatever they deem necessary, they may not have enough money based on the timing when things get there and when it doesn't. But I guess my question for you, Frank, is let's say that we hit the $1 million cap and the Conservation Commission expends $250,000 on a purchase. does that move that cap back and all the money go back into the fund?
The answer to your question, Mr. Peoples, is yes. What would happen is the cap would drop, let's say to 750.
Yep.
Let's
Just
say the
round
fund
numbers.
drops to 750 for sake of discussion after hitting the $1 million cap. The money will then, from the land use change tax, would then go to replenish up to $1 million, or whatever portion comes in, depending upon if it's not 250, it could be 100, whatever. But it would replenish up to that $1 million limit, and then it would trickle over to the next bucket, I'll call it, after it hit the $1 million.
So the next bucket, when it's over there, is that under the Conservation Commission control, or is that under the Budget Committee? Or under the Board of Selectmen, I'm sorry.
It's under the town treasurer control. The Board of Selectmen does not control money. What ends up happening is at that point in time, if the Conservation Commission wishes to bring a warrant article forward saying that they need that money to be able to be used for the purchase of lands, the Conservation Commission is more than capable of doing so and can do that if they so choose.
Thank you very much.
Further questions, discussions on Article 17? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to rename the fund which has in the past been referred to interchangeably as the Town Conservation Fund, the Conservation Land Acquisition Fund, and the Conservation and Land Acquisition Fund to the Conservation Fund, and to confirm that this fund will be used for all purposes authorized for conservation funds under RSA 36-A. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Mr. Hope.
All right. One of the things we started doing this year was looking at the history of this fund and what the intent and purpose was. In 1971, the Conservation Fund was created and called the Town Conservation Fund. Gradual deposits were made over the years. By the mid-90s, deposits were being made into what was now being called the Conservation Land Acquisition Fund. Then in the later 90s and 2003, it became known as the Conservation and Land Acquisition Fund. Then in 2003, the land use change tax that we've been discussing on the last two articles went into the Conservation and Land Acquisition Fund. Near as we can tell, this is all the same fund. But obviously there were a number of years where when voters were asked, the purpose said conservation and land acquisition. What this article looks to do is to go to the original intent from 1971, the Town Conservation Fund, go to the original state law that allows this, and this would, what that allows is it allows the Conservation Commission to hold funds like this to manage and control land and resources acquired or given to them. And this is really what we're trying to make sure is clear, that the fund can be used for those manage and control purposes as well, not just land acquisition. And some of the types of items that have come up as issues that said, boy, we have some money sitting here that we would like to be able to apply to this: tree planting, trail maintenance, field maintenance, milfoil control, and Darrah Pond. Otherwise, in order for the commission to move forward on those, they would need to be asking for a separate appropriation when this would be eligible under state law.
Discussions, Article 18?
Yeah, I want to tie the last three up because they're all it's a conservation question. Have you invited the Conservation Committee to come speak today, or do we know what their position is on these warrant articles?
They've been part of the conversation throughout, actually, on this very one. Joan McKibben, as chair, was here earlier and at halftime said she was leaving and said that I was free to relate that, that the commission agrees with the expansion of the fund uses.
So all three warrant articles?
The expansion of the fund uses, I'm not sure exactly where they fell on the other two. She was here to speak to this one because we've been wrestling with trying to get some of these projects done.
For 18, yeah. I was just curious if we knew for the other ones with regard to the one about creating the cap and then dumping into another fund, what the Conservation Commission...
I apologize, I don't have that. I guess I would offer by observation. They were not so horrified by it to stay here to speak to it.
Right, yeah, they're not here, so yeah, I get it. Thanks.
Further discussion, Article 18? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 19, to see if the town will direct the Board of Selectmen to bring to the 2015 annual meeting an article to study alternatives and potential costs for a controlled intersection allowing access to Route 102. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Mr. Brunel.
So basically, over the last year or so, we've received some feedback from citizens regarding the Route 102 Page Road intersection and the difficulties getting out there, and they've asked for our help to try to resolve that problem, because it is a made thoroughway that a lot of our folks leaving town use. Unfortunately, it's in Hudson, so not much we can do there. We've actually reached out to those folks, reached out to the state, and we're not getting a lot of support. What we're looking to do is to try to look at doing a study to come up with something, whether to continue pursuing it or not to pursue it. There are other options. There are other sections in our town that we potentially put in a section in if we can get that support. This is just us asking the voters, is this something you want the selectmen to work on? There's no appropriation. It's a, do you support us doing it?
Discussion Article 19. Hearing none, we'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 20, to see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to appoint a Capital Improvement Program Committee pursuant to RSA 674:5, which shall include at least one member of the Planning Board and may include but not be limited to other members of the Planning Board, the Budget Committee, or the Board of Selectmen, to prepare and amend a recommended program of municipal capital improvements projects projected over a period of at least 6 years. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0. Mr. Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To understand this warrant article, what you need to do is understand a bit about the Planning Board. The Planning Board really has a couple different roles. One role is to take and consider development within the town of Litchfield, and you heard earlier today presentations on warrant articles dealing with zoning changes, that type of thing. One of the other programs that the Planning Board has as well is a requirement that it puts together a capital plan for the town of Litchfield. By capital plan, that includes such things as when a building's going to be put up, what's needed for the schools in terms of buildings, classrooms, what's needed for the town in terms of, for example, significant highway equipment. All of those types of things have to be captured in a plan and have to be spread out and demonstrated over the course of the 6 years that plan is in effect. Every 6 years, the Planning Board is required to put together a capital improvements plan. Based upon the capital improvements plan, we end up being able to understand what programs and projects should have impact fees assigned to them. Okay? What is an alternative that's listed under state law is the ability of the town to enact a change rather than have that done through the Planning Board. A program can be put in place where the Board of Selectmen would make appointments to serve on the Capital Program Committee. And that program committee, as you see in the warrant article, would include members of the Budget Committee. It could include members of the school. It could include members of the governing body or the Board of Selectmen, private citizens, that type of thing. The idea of proposing this on the behalf, as the Board of Selectmen thought through, is we need to ensure that all of the various players that get involved in capital items for the town of Litchfield have a seat at the table and can contribute to what the thinking is on this. We felt that this would be a much better way to put together a capital plan and to make sure that everybody involved in that capital plan has the ability to contribute.
Further discussion, Article 20. Man, you guys are hitting them. I can't tell who's going to go first. Oh, no.
Why don't you flip a coin?
Mr. Raccio.
Do you have one? It's a tough economy. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Al Raccio, 16 Bear Run Drive. As a former planning board member, I'm somewhat familiar with the capital improvement plan process. And a couple of concerns that I have regarding the potential change to an appointed committee is that currently, under the current rules and regulations that the planning board operate under, everyone and anyone is publicly invited to participate in that meeting. As a former chairman of the planning board, I would solicit inputs from all departments and had an open door policy, as the current committee still does. When I hear the word appointed by the Board of Selectmen, gives me a little bit of concern in that the Board of Selectmen representatives are only there for up to 3 years. The capital improvement plan, as we know, sets the tone pretty much for the either 6 years or more realistically, has the potential to impact the town for several decades, depending on the magnitude of the project. Moving this to an appointed committee allows for 5 selectmen at any one given time the power to dictate the conditions of the town's improvement plans. Keeping it at the committee level or the planning board level still allows for openness, still allows for complete participation. And in the years, several invitations went out to the budget committee to attend those meetings. Solicitations for input to the capital improvement plan continued. So now we see we're presented with not only the stormwater management previously administered by the planning board is now a Board of Selectmen initiative and is a very important initiative. Now we're looking at appointments to the planning board functions of the capital improvement plan. Not to take away from the Board of Selectmen's ability to appoint, but it once again grants the Board of Selectmen more control, taking it away from the appointed volunteers of the planning board, as well as the people who did attend and would attend. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further questions, Article 20?
I would just like to point out that the Board of Selectmen, as the appointing body for the planning board, already appoint those individuals today. So the net effect on this is really no different. It does increase and broaden the scope of people who would be involved in this and would allow that those different groups have their input.
So it may not include, but not limit, other people participating.
Right.
Sir.
Bill Spencer, Cranberry Lane. Excuse me. Just a little clarification, because I think I know what the word may include means, but does this necessarily mean that a budget committee member must be on this committee? Will this bind the budget committee having to have a member on it?
It says
May include.
Now, this is a direct excerption of the state law. So that's exactly what the state law says.
So what you're saying is that the budget committee member, it does not have to have a budget committee member on it?
According to state law.
I want to hear the word, that's correct. That do not have to, not shake your head.
It says, I like to hear the rocks rattle. It says may have a budget committee member. It does not have to have a budget committee member.
Thank you.
Discussion, Article 20.
Jason, you're 11 Perry Court. Sitting there trying to figure out then why we would take this step, because as I look around the room, everybody here is pretty much all the folks that would be part of this anyway. I know the current chair on many occasions has put out the request to have anybody that wants to be part of this. I can't imagine anybody here being asked say no to it. I'm just struggling for the need or why we decide on changing this when in effect everything that needs to happen already exists.
Having been a planning board chair and a member of the Board of Selectmen, I can tell you that quite frequently trying to pull together a capital improvement plan for the town is like pulling teeth. It is the hope of the Board of Selectmen that we can get the people who need to participate in this more involved in the process of putting together a capital plan. I have seen requests go as chairman of the planning board to all the various boards and then had to fight to get responses.
It says may there, so you might still have, Mr. Spencer is trying to clarify that point. And so if none of those folks chose, you're still in the same position.
I can't lead a horse to water and make him drink.
Agreed, in either case though, not in this case or not in the case that exists. So, again, I see it, I'm thankful that you send out the schedule for the State House, and there's a lot of places in there where when laws are being developed, it says no need for this, it already exists. I guess that's what I'm looking for. For me to support this, I want to know what this really changes, because it says may, it doesn't say shall. So you're looking at the same bunch of folks that you're going to be asking the same questions to and hoping they respond.
On the behalf of the Board of Selectmen, I can tell you that the Board of Selectmen knows what the programs are that they need to plan for in the upcoming years, and we can take and make sure that information gets put into the capital plan, along with the same types of things from other organizations, such as the schools or what have you.
Okay, so it's more about the Board of Selectmen ensuring that what they want gets in the plan, because right now then perhaps the...
No, sir, I did not say that.
Well,
I said that we know what needs to go into the plan and can be effective in terms of getting that information put and considered as part of the plan, along with members of the Budget Committee, School Board, and the other organizations in town that need to participate.
And how's that different than today?
Today, you have a committee in town, of the Planning Board, whose function is to consider building changes and things like that. They have no idea what's going on in the rest of the town in terms of capital needs for the town. This is something that the Planning Board, in my experience as a past chair of the Planning Board, gets into on a periodic basis and then jumps into it and tries to make sense out of it. And it's not an effective way to put together a capital plan.
So if the Board of Selectmen is this interested in making sure it gets done right, I would suspect then that the board or the Planning Board asking the Board of Selectmen for their input would be just as good.
Repeat your question again, Mr. Garrett.
All right, so I would imagine that since the Board of Selectmen is putting this up to ensure that they're, that it's done correctly, or to make sure that the interests or the knowledge of the needs of the town is well represented in the CIP, how does that not occur now with the Planning Board? If the Planning Board asks the Board of Selectmen, you're obviously interested in making sure that what's in there is what you need. So how is that any different? I can't imagine you guys stonewalling them saying, no, we don't want to tell you because, you know, we're not involved. Well, if you're involved and wanting to make sure it's correct, then all the Planning Board has to do is ask the Board of Selectmen, hey, can you, we're going to have a meeting about this. Can you all show up or send a delegate or whatever, you know, a representative? I can't imagine that doesn't happen now. All they'd have to do is ask, because you're obviously willing.
Do you have a question?
Is that
you
not
made
correct?
a statement, but I haven't heard a question,
Well,
sir.
the question is, how is that different than now? You're
It's
invited.
different from now in that the Board of Selectmen will hold those meetings to try and get those people together, or this committee will hold those meetings to get those people together and to ensure that their considerations get put into the plan.
All right.
In terms of the Planning Board does not do financial planning on any periodicity, other than once every 6 years when they have to put together a new plan.
Mr. Ratcher has a
You
question.
could invite them.
Mr. Ratcher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As a former selectman as well, Frank, and as a former Planning Board member, once again, I do not see the need, and I agree with Mr. Barrett. When we had issues, we went to the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen enforced the feedback. Additionally, if there is no feedback, for example, from any of the major departments or the school board, that there's no need for input into the capital plan. From the financial aspects, if they are presented and the articles are put in properly, the financial impacts are provided, and the planning board is basically where all of that information gets culminated and put into proper context. From the selectmen's view, there's a selectman representative that sits on the board, or I'll retract that. When I was on the board, a liaison sat and was an active member of the planning board. So once again, we had representation. Again, I see no relevant advantages to this article, and would reflect back again to Mr. Barrett's former question, what is the significant gain of this article to the people?
Mr. Ratcher, the significant gain is the fact that the people who have to have input into this will have input into it. For example, the school. The school right now does not serve on the planning board. They do not have an ex officio member on the planning board like the Board of Selectmen does. The Budget Committee. The Budget Committee does not have a member on the planning board like the Board of Selectmen does. Being able to have those people contribute in the development of a 6-year plan makes sense. What tends to happen today is the planning board puts together a capital improvement plan in year one, never looks at it again all the way through until 6 years. This committee would allow yearly reviews and periodic reviews of these plans to make sure they're current and reflect what is needed and what's changed in the town.
And I agree with you, Frank. I think that's good objectives, but as you just clarified to the planning board and Mr. Spencer, the word may, not shall, is in the language. So once again, we find ourselves where the planning board may reject it. The school board may reject it and basically state they want to provide input on an as-needed basis. And I won't run this any further, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for your indulgence.
Mr. Spencer.
It's always nice when committees want the budget committee members on their committees. The school just did the same thing. But I got to point out that I've been to a good many of the deliberative sessions where I've heard the word check and balance, check and balance, check and balance. And quite truly, the budget committee is a check and balance. And anything that comes out of the capital improvement program that's going to cost money is eventually going to have to get to the budget committee and then to the voters. And so there's an inherent conflict there between how much involvement a budget committee member should have in developing a capital improvement program, and then subsequently voting on it in the budget committee process and then deliberative session. So I have a problem with that, and I had a problem with the school doing the same thing. I don't see the need, and I agree with Mr. Raccio, I don't see the need for setting up a brand new committee on this. The reason I asked, did may mean we do have to or do not have to, was just for that very reason.
Yep. Thank you. Further discussion, Article 20? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as written. Article 21, shall we modify the elderly exemption from property tax in the town of Litchfield based on assessed value of qualified taxpayers for persons 65 years of age up to 75 years, $50,000. For persons 76 years of age up to 80 years, $80,000. And for persons 81 years of age and older, $125,000. To qualify, the person must have been a New Hampshire resident for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such person's spouse, they must have been married to each other for at least 5 consecutive years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income in each applicable age group, if not more than a dollar amount determined by the town of not more than $30,000, or if married, a combined net income of not more than a dollar amount determined by the town or not more than $45,000, and own net assets not in excess of $150,000, excluding the value of the person's residence and 1 automobile. The automobile of greatest value if more than one is owned. This article brings the eligibility requirements into conformance with state law and reduces the asset limit from $300,000 to $150,000. This modification will take effect April 1st, 2014. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Mr. Hoke to speak to it.
Yep. Earlier this year, Selectmen asked to review where we stood in terms of the elderly exemptions offered relative to other towns similarly sized. And so luckily the Department of Revenue publishes the report a year lagged each year on that. So we looked at 20 towns, populations ranging from about 6,000 to 9,000. And as we go through the article, there's a couple levers there that we have the ability to change through a vote here. First is the level of exemption. There's 3 age bands, 65 to 74, 75 to 79, and 80 and over. What you see on the slide is our exemption is 50, median is 60,000 for the 65 to 74, 75 to 79. Our exemption of 80 matches the median in that group. Exemption 80 plus, R125 matches the median. The income levels, same thing. Again, that's another area where an adjustment can be made. Our single income of 30 matches the median of 30. Married income, ours is 45,000, the median was 43,500. The place where there was a significant deviation from other similar sized towns were on these asset limits. The asset limits for single or married in Litchfield are 300,000. The median across the other 20 towns was 90,000. Big outlier. And so the recommendation of the selectmen is to back the asset limit back to 150,000. So still well in excess of the median, but below the level that we've had in place so far. No other town in this group of 20 similar sized towns has a $300,000 limit.
Okay. Further discussion, Article 21. I didn't recall who was up first. You guys are so polite.
Ray Peoples, 205 Charles Bancroft Highway. Thank you, Jack. As I said at the Budget Committee meeting, I'm ashamed that we would do anything to hurt any of our elderly citizens in any way, shape, or form, or limit their ability to live in Litchfield. And the fact that we're cutting their exemption, that exemption, that 300,000 down to 150,000, I can't tell you how embarrassed I am about that. The bottom line is, it's not wrong to be different. Litchfield can be different. We don't have to be the median. We don't have to be the command and control and follow every other town. So I would urge everyone to vote no on this and leave it the way it is.
Further discussion on the article? Oh, I'm sorry, do you want to respond to that?
I didn't hear a question, so.
Yeah. Further discussion on the article?
Jack Shiner, 10 Whittemore Drive. You stated here that the law states for the reduction. That is not true, because you didn't even put an RSA number on this. And I think Litchfield, when they passed this many years ago, knew what they were doing, and they wanted to be a leader. Because now, since they even passed this, the expenses have gone up multiple times, and there has been no increase in this bill. I therefore would like to suggest a motion to delete this article.
We can't do that. Further questions on Article 21?
Ray said it all, really. I mean, it's incredible that we're going to try to raise more tax money on the backs of our elderly in our town. I'm just not sure why or how this came up. Can I ask what the net impact this will be? I mean, what is the point of doing this other than being an outlier?
The point is, this is a closed system. So when we grant an elderly exemption, that money is not paid by that person, and the equivalent then is shared amongst the other taxpayers of the community. So the working family pays the offset of the exemption. We're at a point where we every 5 years need to certify who gets the elderly exemption and who doesn't. It's part of the assessing review. So as a lead up to that, we looked at this data point and said, where do we match up relative to the other communities? Not that we have to be there. You'll notice that the level the selectmen set is still generously above the median, unlike the other areas. So that was really the outlier, was could we be a little fairer? 300,000 as an asset limit is fairly high, you can have a house in your primary house here in Litchfield is excluded. So this is all of your other assets on top of that. So you can get an elderly exemption here and probably at that asset level have a second home in someplace warmer than here. And so the question was, do we want to do that, or do we want to move closer to what the other communities offer?
Yeah, I think that the folks that are having a difficult time, like in other words, your point was, I have to subsidize the elderly in my community, right? And how fair is that? Quite honestly, how fair is that when I bring up an example of what we provide our employees' health care level, and that's scoffed at, when quite honestly, the rest, I'm asked to forget about my hardships at home when it comes to providing our employees $5 copays. Yet, I'm asked to then go to the elderly folks in our town and say, hey, look out for yourself. You know, we're going to take that, you know, we're going to lower your overall tax burden at the expense of the elderly. And I think, quite honestly, I don't know, Ray, if embarrassed is the right thing, but it's dirty.
Sir.
Chris Pascucci, 12 Colonial. I also want to agree with Mr. Peoples. Unfortunately, we cannot delete this article, but it's in, because it's in there, but I would encourage everybody to vote no on it. We should not make it harder for the elderly to be able to afford living in this town. Many people that have lived here for many, many, many years, and it's becoming harder and harder to afford to live in this town and pay the taxes. And on a greater note, that's another reason to let's keep the taxes under control, because that's, aside from the elderly, it's also becoming more difficult for everybody to live with the taxes. And as for comparing to other towns, I've said it, I constantly say it, I wish we would stop comparing to other towns, because any argument could be made for any point of view and to justify any conclusion by hand-picking or cherry-picking any town for any reason, with any population, close, far away. That's just, in my opinion, a bad practice, because it just goes to make a very, whatever point you want it to make.
Further discussion on Article 21.
Go ahead. No, I'll wait until last. A question, Mr. Moderator,
Yeah.
for the council. Would amending the hypothetically the 150,000 to like 301,000 be declared
Out of bounds.
out of bounds to the
That's allowed.
fundamental article?
That's allowed. You anticipated the observation I was going to make to those of you who were concerned about the level. The amendment that is eligible is, the current level is 300,000. If you truly would prefer to see no change, you can change it to 300,000.
So 300,000 or $300,001 is in bounds.
You can keep it at 300.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Sir.
Jack Shiner. I'm making a change to it. I would like to be voted on to retain the 300 to 300,000.
We have a second. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 21 to change the dollar amount, the second to last line there, reduces the asset limit. So it's not reducing the asset limit from $300,000 to $300,000. Sure. The whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's also changes that have to be made throughout the article. I want to ensure that he's made properly.
Well, the only change proposed is the number 300, the 150,000 to 300,000, and the word reduces changes to retain. That's the proposed amendment. So the last sentence, this article brings the eligibility requirement into conformance with state law and retains the asset limit from $300,000 to $300,000. I'm reading the proposed amendment. So my point is, that's the proposed amendment. We have an option now to discuss it, vote it down.
It doesn't make the change that's
Okay. That will be the discussion we need to discuss. Further discussion on the proposed amendment. On the proposed amendment as written. Would you like to discuss it, Mr. Byron?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, excuse me, with your
Well,
permission.
I don't know if I can ask a question.
You can ask a question.
Okay.
On the proposed amendment, yeah.
Well, I guess it's relevant.
Go ahead, ask it
to
out.
Thank you.
I'll be nice.
Can you tell me what the exemption is?
Yeah, it goes back, it's the first part of the chart. If people meet those tests, so if the income meets the income test.
Do they pay 10% less?
No, they get an exemption off their total valuation of property. So this first chart here, if somebody qualifies and they're between 65 and 74, we'll take $50,000, we'll exempt the first $50,000 of their property from taxes.
So instead of a $350,000 house, they get
Their taxes are based on 300.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would say Mr. Byron should propose the next discussion here.
Based upon what you read, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Which was only a change to
The last sentence.
the last sentence.
Yes.
You need to be aware that there is people need to be aware there is the $150,000 statement above that.
Yep.
And by effecting this change, it basically does not make the change that I believe the amending party wished to make.
Can I ask a question of council? Yes. I agree with you, Frank. The council, would it make the change as proposed, just those changes, make the article illegal? Illegal, no. Ineffective, possibly. The proposed amendment would make this article ineffective. No, we decline it and we re-amend it. Agreed?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to decline the amendment.
Okay, so hold on. So we have further discussion on the proposed amendment? No? All in favor of the amendment to change the article as described? This article brings the eligibility requirements into conformance with state law and retains the asset limit from $300,000 to $300,000. Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Good. Further discussion on Article 21 as written.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Once again, my original intent previously was to seek legal counsel on proper verbiage in order to amend the article to the intent of the attending body, which in short basically says we do not want to reduce the current value to $150,000. We want to leave the current value of $300,000 intact. And that's what we had requested originally, the intent of my question to council to begin with.
The suggestion is to take the first reference to asset limit of $150,000, change that to $300,000, strike the last sentence of the article in its entirety.
And then, thank you, I would beg the indulgence of the moderator to confer with the original article writer to reconstruct his article to that language.
Mr. Shiner, where'd you go? Yes, sir.
I agree to his suggestion that we eliminate the line and let it go at 300,000.
So you've written this up on that article. So it's essentially what you're saying is that it's going to change from and own net assets not in excess of $300,000, excluding the value of the person's residence in one automobile, yada, yada, and remove the last sentence entirely?
Yes.
I'll take that. Second, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Shiner. Mr. Shiner.
Sorry, the words were really small.
Yeah, that's all right. Whoop. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 21. Whoop. Yeah. The proposed amendment, if I can start, Frank, from, we'll start at the $45,000. So not more than $45,000 and own net assets not in excess of $300,000, excluding the value of the person's residence, and one automobile, the automobile of greater value if more than one is owned. And the next sentence is stricken. Modifications will take effect April 1, 2014. So do we want to, can you edit that and just strike out what we just talked about? Is that something we can show? Good opportunity for the strikeout feature. Right. Yep. So we've adjusted the presentation, and you can present that again.
It's on its way.
Yep. We've adjusted the presentation slide to reflect the proposed amendment, and I believe, Mr. Shiner, that it says what this says. Right. Okay. And council, that makes it legal. Okay. So further discussion, Article 21. Mr. Raccio?
Mr. Moderator, thank you for your indulgence.
Yeah.
Board of Selectmen, Budget Committee, thank you for your time and
We haven't voted on it
patience
yet, so
regarding
let's make sure we vote on it.
this. Irregardless.
All in favor of the proposed amendment to Article 21 to change it as proposed on the board, to strike the last sentence and change the $150,000 value to $300,000, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. So further discussion on the amended Article 21. Hearing none, it'll be on the ballot as amended. Article 22. Article 22, to see if the town will vote to discontinue the elected office of highway agent and to authorize the selectmen to appoint the highway agent. The current highway agent shall continue to hold the office until the 2015 annual town meeting election, at which time the elected office shall terminate. If adopted, the authority of the selectmen to appoint the highway agent shall continue in effect until changed by a majority vote at an annual or special town meeting. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-1. Mr. Brunel.
Yeah, so all this is doing is it's not, what we're asking for is similar to what we did last couple of years, fire chief, and we did it for the treasurer. We're asking for the ability of the Board of Selectmen to ensure that we have a qualified road agent. And let me just stop there and say, the road agent we have today has done a superb job, and it will continue to do a superb job. This is not about the existing road agent. He's not, we're just asking for permission. When he's done, and he wants to retire, because I don't know how he stays up night plowing all the time, to let the Board of Selectmen be able to find a qualified person to take that role over. It doesn't change the makeup of the department, because, you know, today the road agent is a stipend employee, or a stipend position. In the way it works today, Jack Pinciero acts as sort of the highway foreman in addition to his road agent style. So we're not talking about changing or doing anything like that. We're just asking for the permission from the town to allow us to actually ensure that we can select a qualified candidate or a qualified person.
Mr. Gret.
Hi. Do we have a problem currently?
Sorry. I'm sorry, John.
I mean, I just heard we didn't have any problem.
1 second. Did you finish your presentation, John? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gret.
Yeah, I just heard and agree that we have a fantastic road agent at the moment. And I was concerned with taking the ability of people who understand when we vote, we take these things seriously. I do anyway. And I would vet that person and decide who it is I wanted as the road agent. It worked. It has worked to this point. I don't see that there is a problem. Again, this is a matter of something that, trying to correct something that's not broken, other than it takes the choices away from people and puts it in the hand of 3 people out of 5, because all it takes is a majority. So 3 people out of 5 get to choose who they believe is qualified versus allowing the people of this town to decide who they believe is qualified. Now, I understand we vote for you all to make decisions, but those, and again, it'll be up to the people whether they want to give up their right or not, but I find it very, very concerning when a board of select, it's not like the people came with a petition. We find it's the people in power that put this in front of people, in my opinion, hoping that people don't quite get it, and all of a sudden they voted away all their rights. I think it's the wrong way to go.
So just to answer the one question, no, we do not have a problem with our current road agent. Right. And the reason why we brought it forward is that the people have overwhelmingly supported us in the past to convert some of these positions into positions where we can ensure that we actually get a qualified person, and in this case, a qualified highway road agent.
Chris Pascucci, 12 Colonial. First, I want to agree, the road agent we have now is doing a fantastic job. We keep choosing him, and I could probably say with 99.99% guarantee that as long as he keeps running, the voters will rightfully continue to vote him in. Obviously, the Board of Selectmen agree with that because on the slide here it says, Board currently has close working relationship with road agent and wants to be able to ensure that this remains in the future. Well, I think if we keep it the same way, the road agent we have will still be our road agent so long as he wanted to be our road agent. So right there is one reason why we don't need to say yes to this warrant. What this is really about is about the role, size, scope, power, and control of our governing body, the Board of Selectmen. 3 people, as they said. There's 5 people there, but you only need 3 people. The other reasons on here says consistent with previous voter-approved transitions of fire chief and treasurer from elected to appointed. Well, yeah, that's not a reason to do this. I mean, if that's the case, like Mr. Brunel said, we've supported it, just throw them all in there. Now we could put the town clerk in there, we could put whatever else is voted in by the town and just let the, let the Board of Selectmen appoint them all. Highway Department is the 2nd largest department of the town, which I don't see how that pertains to saying yes or no to this. I don't see that as a reason. If you vote for this, what you are doing is it will be your last vote. You are now letting the Board of Selectmen forever choose who will be the road agent, as it is now with the other positions. So I don't want to make a big deal about that. The one question, or a couple questions that I have was, when you guys were discussing this, Mr. Brunel, at the Board of Selectmen meeting, one statement which Board of Selectmen member Lemire said, his quote was, "We need qualified and competent people, therefore the selectmen have to appoint instead of elect." And then you said, Mr. Brunel, when you elect people, you get good and bad, so you have to appoint to make sure you get the right person. Does the Board of Selectmen not trust the voters to make this decision to pick who's best and who the best person is?
It's like a quandary here. No, I believe the voters will make the right decision.
Okay.
On what they see and know. I think we've had a past history when we've had, a road agent in the past that wasn't able to get the tasks done, and we got very far behind.
Yeah.
Again, maybe not qualified. It was a reason I don't know. It was before my time. We have a road agent that's very effective, and we have a great work relationship, and we want to make sure we can continue maintaining that with the existing road agent and anybody else in that future role. If this does go down, and if and when Jack decides he doesn't want to run again and it's open for an open election, you could step up and do it, and you're probably qualified. Somebody else come up who has never done a road maintenance project in their life, but is more popular than you or known better than you, right? It's just about the ability to be able to make sure that we have qualified people, because we noted the budget because it is one of our larger departments, and we have large projects. Next year, if everything goes well, $170,000 project that has to be managed by somebody, and that's our road agent who does it today.
Thank you. My last point is, from this citizen's point of view, I trust the people that go to the ballot box once a year to vote, 1,000, 1,500, 1,700 people more than the governing body, a few people, to make all of these decisions, because keep in mind, if we're not so much trusted to make the decision on a road agent, we still are trusted enough to vote in the 5-member Board of Selectmen, which we'd now be giving the control and power to pick. I would be concerned about giving any governing body more power, and I'd recommend saying no to this one. Thank you.
I have one quick one. Was the town treasurer voted in by the town, or was it a appointed position some years back?
It was an elected position some years back. When we had our situation many years ago, we asked the voters to convert it to an appointed position. And that was done for the exact same reasons, making sure we had somebody that was qualified, had the right background, and that could actually, back up the job they have.
So if we voted in, it's kind of a crapshoot, isn't it?
Could be, absolutely. And I think the problem is that we have a real good track record of people being voted in. A lot of good quality people step up as elected officials and serve the job very well. So.
Mr. Raccio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for discussion purposes. Once again, we're seeing a fundamental shift over the years from elected positions to appointed positions. And as Mr. Brunel has pointed out, appointed positions and/or elected positions come with equal risk. We only have to look at our recent past, within the past 20 years, to validate things like our treasurer position, where the town made a collective decision for very decisive reasons. When we continue to contemplate putting forward without petition from the people the fundamental shift of power to 3 people that, rightfully so, we did elect to put into office, we continue to diminish our rights as a whole. This is wrong. The people have the right to vote and take the consequences the same way we do when we put the planning board into position and the Board of Selectmen into position. We as a people need to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator, George Lambert, 3 Lidston Lane. For any of you who know me, who've gotten to know me over the previous years, you know that I'm probably the least fan of bigger, expanding government and centralized control there is. And yet, one day here in Litchfield, the Attorney General's office showed up and said, "Hi, we have a problem with your treasurer and you can't talk about it." And we all felt the pain of that because we didn't have a process to make sure in the election process that everybody knew. And I hate to say it, because I love Pat Jewett. She brought me a cake on my 3rd month of being a selectman, and I'm good friends with Pat. But if Pat ran for road agent, the people in this town would elect Pat because she's great.
Absolutely.
The difference between great and great as a road agent shouldn't be left to a popularity contest of, do I know this name? Are they a nice guy? Or are they a nice woman? Yes, I got it, Pat, right there. It's, can they execute the job? My friend Jason Garrett said, if this were important, we would have brought a petition warrant article. Well, I've knocked on the doors with that petition warrant article in the past, and if the Board of Selectmen didn't do it, I would have done it. The reason is there's training and there's education, and this community has seen what happens when we have a road agent that doesn't do the job and the costs go up every single year. Being able to have someone who's a professional do that is great. A county up north and over to the west went out, one of those communities, or one of those counties that actually elects a treasurer, elected a professional treasurer a few years ago in a college town, because someone realized the treasurer gets a pretty decent salary. And the guy didn't show up to sign checks. Elections don't get you great results. They give the people an option. This particular decision is, can we trust the Board of Selectmen to use a professional selection criteria to make sure we have great roads in the future? Because when we don't, they are one of our most precious assets in this community, and it will cost us a fortune if we get it wrong. We can't take that risk. Let's make sure we have a qualified road agent in the future. Thank you.
Further discussion, Article 22.
Mr. Moderator, Mike DeMarco, 16 Colby Road. The argument is that should we allow the selectmen to put in place a road agent, or should we allow the people to vote for who they want? How many registered voters are in Litchfield?
6,000-ish.
How many people are here today?
Oh, not 100.
46, I think, was the original count.
Include us.
The argument
50.
was that 3 people will decide. I only see about 2 people arguing that out of 6,000.
Yeah.
So my point is that on election day, it is a crapshoot. You have no idea what's going to happen. And there aren't 6,000 people here to inform themselves. So I trust you guys.
Further discussion, Article 22. Mr. Garrett.
Yeah, I find it interesting that it's a crapshoot for an election on certain positions, but it isn't a crapshoot for, say, the Board of Selectmen. And so the same...
It's a crapshoot, come on.
So the difference,
so,
Jason...
Hold on.
Yeah, go.
So my point is this, is for the very same reasons, we could have, because we're all talking in hypotheticals, we could have a Board of Selectmen that is just as unskilled in understanding what it would take to even have a good road agent, because they don't have those skills. And granted, there'd be a process in place, but again, the crapshoot is we've elected a Board of Selectmen who has no concept of hiring people or vetting people or whatnot, and you're in the same position. And now we're talking about one department, yet we're okay with crapshooting over the entire $5 million. So granted, one person, but the Board of Selectmen oversee the one person's budget anyway. But we can't argue crapshoot on one hand, but not us, because we're great.
Mayor?
Yeah.
John Regan on Chaseburg.
Hey, John.
I think it's a difference between whether you're electing a single person requiring skill or a person to a board where the board, the collective body, softens out the impact of that one person.
Agreed. There's no doubt. There's the odds of chances and everything else. But I could make the argument, and we've seen it, there are very bad boards and there are very good boards, very dysfunctional boards and very productive boards. So to make the argument that it's a crapshoot, quite honestly, is disingenuous, because it's not. We had a road agent that was lesser than Jack, right?
Yeah.
And the people said, hey, he's not cutting it, we're voting for Jack. So the process does work. We're trying to fix something that isn't broke, in my opinion.
Next discussion question. So this gentleman was up first.
Just a minute here. As a construction estimator, and I show up to jobs and I deal with people that do know how roads are supposed to be done and things are laid out properly, they're the ones, as a community, the 6,000 voters, that you're saving yourself money.
Yep.
By having things prepared by somebody who's knowledgeable. This is not horse and buggy anymore. We have paved roads, we have culverts, there's bridges, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of permitting involved with every project. I'd much rather deal with somebody that's knowledgeable, that has selectmen, have seen resumes and can probably decide what needs to be done, as opposed to somebody that is not familiar with roads but popular in the community, and that's where it's going to cost us homeowners a lot more money.
Thank you.
It really is.
Further discussion, sir.
Hopefully this is the last point. Mr. Garrett stated that, if the person in the position does a poor job, then we're going to vote them out the next election. We're going to put somebody else in. The problem is that all the money they wasted in their poor job it's already been done. The damage is done. And then you're coming to us saying, hey, we need a little extra money, or it's going to take 27 years to fix the roads that you're driving on right now. Not to include what damage will come over the course of that 27 years and expand out that we're never going to have fixed roads. So if we put a dangerous person into position, they're going to create a lot of damage maybe unknowingly, maybe innocently enough, but the damage is going to be done, and we're going to spend the next 27 years, maybe 35 years, trying to fix that damage. So I think let the educated people do a good selective process, and don't let the people who don't pay attention to what's going on and who's who vote on popularity. I just don't think that's right.
Chris Pascucci, 12 Colonial. Look, most likely this warrant is going to pass because the other ones did. I just want to say one last point on it. We hear there's always a good reason to give up our vote, our rights, our votes, our liberty. We hear it. It's the same thing we're hearing now on the national level, President, Congress. Just let's keep giving more power, our power away. You know, our governing bodies, the Board of Selectmen here, they're not taking this from us. They're asking us to give up our rights, our liberties, our right to vote, and that's fine. We'll most likely give it up to them. Next year we'll probably give up more, and we'll keep giving it up. I just think the bigger picture is dangerous. We just heard, leave it to the educated people. You know what? I don't care. Whatever person is elected, I am nervous and scared to ever think they are more educated or even equally as educated as the people that vote them in. So that scares me when I hear leave it to the educated people, because the educated people are the ones that go into the ballot box on election day, and they're going to be voting or asking to vote on less and less every year. It's unfortunate because we just keep giving it up.
Further discussion, Article 22.
Mike DeMarco, 16B Colby Road. I look around, I think I'm the youngest person other than the few children in attendance. So the reason I make the statements I make, and I understand what Chris is saying here, that the voters are the people that are going to make educated decisions, my generation is awful at this. I'm the only one here. So your generation is paying attention, but as you dwindle away and we come up the line, we're not here. We're not paying attention. We're not looking around. So if you guys don't put something in place, we're going to cave it all in.
John, can I make a comment?
Sure.
I think this has been an interesting debate, or interesting discussion. You know, the problem is that it's not about the voters being uneducated. It's about the voters being involved. And I think the challenge is, even from the board's perspective, we get so little feedback from the majority of the community that, you know, it's not just about going into the ballot box and casting your vote. It's about being part of the community and helping us drive and change and make the community what it is, or what you want it to be. I think this board, and you go back to this statement about it's not one person, we're 5 people, and we all have to come to a majority agreement. And that's kind of the offset between the one vote, the one position versus the board position. We're trying to do the right thing. We think this is the right path. The voters will ultimately tell us. And if they say no, we'll continue the process we have. But I think it's important that the voters, the residents need to get involved in the community. It can't just be the 46 people here. It can't just be the 1 or 2 people that come to the regular meetings or send feedback into our webpage or send us emails about it. It's got to be more. And I would encourage all you folks to get your other friends to get involved. It's not about running. You don't have to run for office. You don't have to. Just make your voice heard.
Mr. Raccio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Once again, it's not the 46 people here. It's the networking in town. So although the 6,000 citizens of our community aren't sitting here, be assured they're well informed and still connected. And if they're not participating in your meetings, then we're doing something fundamentally wrong and not getting their participation. I don't know what that answer is, but I will tell you that of the 46 of us, including you all, that are here and discussing the issues, are now being broadcast across our cable network, and our people are engaged, whether the vast sum of us realize that or not. Giving up our fundamental rights as a continuing momentum of the past 10, 15 years is going to bite us, because like everyone here has said, there is good and bad in elections. I would much rather elect the people that I feel are confident for our office and then suffer the consequences if they don't perform, and have the ability to get them out. When we look at our town structure, When's the last time we fired anybody without getting into?
2 years ago?
Right?
2 years ago?
One.
All right, I need to start getting us
Yeah.
back on track
But
here.
just
Article
so,
22 is about
just
a
because,
particular-
just to
Pointing out
clarify,
is good and bad,
right? Just to clarify, if an employee, if an elected employee, we can't do anything about for the most part. If we hire somebody or appoint them, the Board of Selectmen has the ability to take HR issues, and we have let go employees in the past.
So to that point,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Raccio,
Mr. Moderator.
we're on Article 22. I
Yeah.
think we're getting into a philosophic discussion more than the article deciding itself. You had a question, ma'am. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm just
On the
looking-
article, right?
Yep,
Okay.
clarification, and I think Mr.
Yep.
Brunel can do that. I think he just started to. One, I think that what he said was that if we get ourselves into a mistake and it's
Yeah.
through an election, we can't fix it
Correct.
until the next election. If the Board of Selectmen has this power, then they can fix that mistake for us. And also, I've never sat before the Board of Selectmen, but I have gone to budget meetings and I've gone to school board meetings, and I have never felt that I didn't have a voice. So I don't need to go to a paper ballot and vote for this road agent. I didn't realize how important he was, but apparently he is. And if he does something wrong, I'm assuming that I have the same right to go to a meeting and stand in front of you and request that you do something about that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chris Pascucci, in response to Mr. Brunel's statement, it's what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is are we giving the Board of Selectmen, or are they taking more power and control because we're not getting involved, or is it the other way around? Are we not getting involved because we don't need to, because we got the daddy and grandpa government doing everything for us? And I understand the younger generation doesn't get involved like they should, but they should. And just because they choose not to doesn't mean that we should give away all our choices, because you're right, one day the older generation is not going to be around, and the younger generation is going to be totally controlled by a handful of people and making the choices for them. It's a bigger issue than just this simple warrant.
It's a philosophic issue we got to get beyond, yes.
I think we spent more time on this article than we did
We
on
have.
a $5 million operating budget.
We have.
And I know the next 3 articles are going to be interesting also, so I'd like to call the question.
Motion to call the question.
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Thank you very much. You'll find Article 22 on the ballot as written. Article 23 by petition. To see what the New Hampshire RSA 154:16, the town shall provide a fair, honest, and reasonable hourly wage for employees willing to risk their life. To establish a minimum hourly fire department on-call hourly wage of $16.31 after the successful completion of a probation period. This has been the starting hourly rate for an on-call firefighters from 2010. This hourly rate is the budgeted rate for the current budget, FY 13-14. This minimum hourly rate presents a reduction of $1 an hour over the proposed budget, FY 14-15 average wage. This shall be the minimum fair hourly wage for an on-call fire department employee who may at any point be asked or obliged to endanger, knowing or unknowingly, their own well-being to rescue others on behalf of the community of Litchfield, New Hampshire, based on the duties of a firefighter or medical technician, and/or for the good of the community or country. A pay scale showing all levels and qualifications for these levels of fire and rescue personnel shall be posted and displayed for public review until such time is changed by the actions of future town warrants. This is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 0, 4 to 1. Mr. Karen, do you want to?
Tim Kearns from number 1 Brickyard Drive in Litchfield. I was one of the many petitioners for this warrant article, and a lot of it had to do with some experiences with the current pay scales. I tried to find out what the current pay scales were and found them very high. As a resident, found out that there were no published and you couldn't find them, and their number of changes had been made in May. So back to, I guess, the debate we've just spent most of the last hour talking about is I'm engaged, I'm a resident, try and pay attention to what's going on. Didn't like it. This is kind of what I brought forward to have an open discussion.
Okay. Further discussion on Article 23? Mr. Brunel?
Apologize. The board would like to make an amendment, if I could.
Sure.
The amendment would read as pursuant to RSA 154:16, to see if the town shall provide a fair, honest, and reasonable hourly wage for employees willing to risk their life as determined by the selectmen in conjunction with the fire chief. I have the wording right here.
Okay, we have a proposed amendment pursuant to RSA 154:16 to see if the town shall provide a fair, honest, and reasonable hourly wage for employees willing to risk their life as determined by the selectmen in conjunction with the fire chief. Do we have a second for this proposed amendment? We have a second. Discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 23. Mr. Brunel.
The amendment just allows, the amendment adjusts the petition to be more consistent with the Board of Selectmen, how the Board of Selectmen's been working with the fire department, and allows us to keep that, doesn't set the rate, allows us to have some flexibility, and just more in line with where we currently have today.
Okay. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 23. Yeah? Well, then there's some guy behind you who wants to talk.
Yeah, they're within their rights to...
Your name is?
Jason Garrett, 11 Perry Court. They're well within the rights to make an amendment. I think it's unfortunate that the Board of Selectmen, who could have done any warrant that they wanted to, is now going to try to amend a citizen's petition warrant article. They should just leave it as it is and move along. If they want a different warrant article, or they can make any changes they want to, they can still continue to work with the fire chief. But to take a petition warrant article of the people and try to amend it, to me, is just wrong. And I hope everybody votes no on that amendment.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
If I may, I would just like to say it's this particular petition warrant is very consistent with the town's last several years. 2 years ago, they brought forward an amendment to make the pay increases to non-union and non-part-time, 1.5% increase. That was done in an article. The year before that, I think they wanted 2% increases for the town employees. That was done in the form of an article. And quite honestly, by removing, by making the selectman the person responsible for making the change, they've completely changed the article from what it is, which basically is the decision is going to be the people at the voting booth, not the three people at the thing.
I got one clarification question to you. The gist of this article that you're proposing is to establish, it's the second sentence, to establish a minimum hourly fire department on-call hourly wage of $6.31 versus the $16.31 versus the $15.31 that is today?
No, that...
I'm not getting the gist of it.
Right.
It's not $15.31, it's $16.32. That is the current wage for existing call firefighters today.
And after that's done, I have the amendment to correct the 1 penny difference. But when we started the fiscal year, the budget last year, all the firemen at the time made $16.32 flat rate. In May, it changed, dropping significantly to the new starting salary of $10 an hour. And basically, this just reiterates that as a resident, I'd like to keep it at what it started as.
Gotcha.
And if they come out with a pay scale, I'd like to see it
Yep.
and just see it before it actually goes into effect. Because right now, I can't get a printed copy of it anywhere.
Okay. I got it. So, yep.
Just so everyone understands, back in March, April 1st time frame, the fire department instituted a new pay scale. The existing firefighters who are already on staff are continuing to maintain the current pay, which is $16.32 that was set a while ago. The pay scale was based on achievements. As a new firefighter coming into the department with no skill, no background, no nothing, you started a starting wage at $10. As you achieve certifications and qualifications, you would increment up to a maximum of $16.50. What Mr. Kearns is asking us to do is to go back and say, if you're off the street and you want to be a firefighter and you qualify, come on in. We're going to pay you the same amount of wage that he as a firefighter has spent 20 plus years getting qualified and experience. And to me, the plan that was brought forward by the fire chief made sense. It also gave an incentive. The incentive was grow in the fire service, become an expert in the fire service, brings value to the community, and we now have qualified people going out there and coming to our homes and being in the fire service. I'm not sure how or why this needs to get changed.
Okay.
And the fact that is the pay scale is in the fire handbook, so the scale is there.
Parliamentary inquiry,
Yep.
Mr. Moderator. I have a real concern and would like to find out from our lawyer. If this article was defeated, would we then no longer have a call fire service under no means known?
She's shaking her head no.
No.
So we would still have fire protect, are we sure? I mean,
She's shaking, I can hear it rattling, yes.
It's the article, if it was, it's to provision, establish a minimum hourly, which is different than it is today, right?
Right, it varies a little bit based on existing firefighters versus net new firefighters, but yes.
okay, so there's no risk of losing fire protection coverage for the citizens of Litchfield, no matter what the outcome of this warrant article is?
Correct. The only risk to the residents is that if the article does pass, the firefighters that we have on staff that are making a lesser wage would be increased. So that would mean we would have to, well, we don't have the, I guess we don't have the appropriation at this point. We would not have the appropriation. We'd have to find the money in the budget to pay those individuals, which we would do, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, just, I'm a little bit confused as on the amendment. Did you just add those words and leave the rest of it in there?
No, that's the entire amendment is as I read it.
So
They've
they
removed all the
changed it
detail.
completely to that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Raccio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Al Raccio, 16 Bear Run Drive. A question to council. From what I heard, it changes the intent of the amendment. Is that proper? There is no mention of hourly figures or dollars, and there is clearly in the original
Is there a
warrant.
difference in that call for petition articles versus town brought articles? Is this
No,
still-
the
there's no
ability to
difference?
amend them is the same, but
Okay.
what the statute says is that an article cannot be amended to eliminate the subject matter. It doesn't say that you can't eliminate it to change the article. So this amendment would be legal.
Yeah.
I respect your opinion, but as a common layman, it sure sounds like the intent of the article has been significantly
No,
altered.
the intent of the article is to establish a wage, one which is specific, as proposed, and one which is negotiated between the fire chief and the town.
Thank you for the clarification.
Further questions on the proposed amendment to Article 23? Okay, we're here to vote. So we have a proposed amendment on the table, Article 23, to change it, as proposed above, to pursuant to RSA 15416, to see if the town shall provide a fair, honest, and reasonable hourly wage for employees willing to risk their life as determined by the selectmen in conjunction with the fire chief. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. I need a voice vote, or a hand vote.
Can I ask for written ballot?
You can't until after we have a decision. And I need 7 signatures to do that. So, could you raise your hand if you are in favor of the proposed amendment, please?
Hand up, sorry. Hands up.
All right, I'm going to do a visual. Now do if you're not in favor, for those opposed. Okay, the ayes have it. So, Article 23 has been amended. We're now up for further discussion on the proposed amended Article 23. Mr. Garrett.
So now that it's amended, I just want to point out that with the starting rate of $10 an hour,
Yes,
janitors in our school district make $15 to $20 an hour.
exactly.
Further discussion on the proposed amended article.
Yeah, I'd just also like to point out that currently in the Nashua Dairy area, according to New Hampshire Employment Securities and Economic Labor Market Information Bureau, based on a 2013 wage scale, currently the starting entry-level salary is listed as $16.25. So
Okay,
just
thank you. Further discussion on Article 23? Hearing none, you'll find it on the ballot as amended. Article 24, to see that in conjunction with NHRSA 154, the town will protect the safety and welfare of on-call fire department personnel, and to further raise and appropriate the sum of $3,700, which represents a health and accident insurance policy program that covers approximately 37 on-call fire department personnel who are not union and not regular part-time town employees or otherwise under contract or of a bargaining unit. The town shall maintain this current type health and accident insurance policy program with the same provisions and limitations as the current Provident Health and Accident Insurance Policy program the town has contributed to for the last 3 years until such time as changed by the actions of future town warrants. $3,354 of this sum is included in the current town budget for this purpose. The remaining $346 is an estimated 10% increase over current budget. Current provided death or impairment insurance to the level of up to $100,000 will be provided if a member should be killed or impaired in the performance of their duty or volunteering for the community. Current provided income insurance to the level up to $400 a week will be provided if a member should be injured in the performance of their duty or volunteering for the community to make up for wages lost with regular income. This is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 041 vote, and it's not recommended by the Budget Committee vote, 071. Did you want to talk to it again?
Yes. Again, Tim Kearns from 1 Brickyard Drive. I was one of the many petitioners that brought this forward in concerns relative, particularly thinking to the default budget issue. And it was brought forward in order to try and continue what we currently have. Initially, it's not, I tried to write it so it wasn't involving any additional funds or money. Subsequently, at the town deliberative hearing, the Budget Committee expressed concern over the financial aspects of that. I'd like to propose a warrant. Essentially, my amendment changes the sum to $0 and strikes the line that talks about the remaining $346, 10% increase over the current budget, to strike that so that this is really a $0 warrant and will have no impact. And all of the verbiage and stuff inside will remain the same. Council actually pointed out that...
So you have a proposed amendment change.
I have a proposed amendment change, is right.
To see, so it's reworded as such. To see that in conjunction with RSA, and so if you could word for word for me.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on.
Say when.
Hold on.
Yep.
It's apparently been a long day for the laptop, too. I'm not on any of them, so don't worry.
Oh, yeah. Frank just said he's glad the bars are going to be open till 2 a.m. now.
Second motion.
So the proposed amended Article 24 reads, to see that in conjunction with NHRSA 154, the town will protect the safety and welfare of on-call fire department personnel, and to further raise and appropriate the sum of $0, which represents a health and accident insurance policy program that covers approximately 37 on-call fire department personnel who are not union and not regular part-time town employees or otherwise under contract or of a bargaining unit. The town shall maintain this current type health and accident insurance policy program with the same provisions and limitations as the current Provident Health and Accident Insurance Policy program the town has contributed to for the last 3 years, until such time as changed by the actions of future town warrants. $3,354 of this sum is included in the current town budget for this purpose. Current provided death or impairment insurance to the level of $100,000 will be provided if a member should be killed or impaired in the performance of their duty or volunteering for the community. Current provided income insurance to the level up to $400 a week will be provided if a member should be injured or in the performance of their duty or volunteering for the community to make up wages lost from regular income.
I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Yes, that's right. So
Warren
for the discussion-
Adams.
Yeah, go ahead.
Warren Adams, 507 Charles Bancroft Highway.
Yes, sir.
I am a firefighter, over 50 years, they tell me. Way back, we weren't covered. We had to risk our lives, risk losing our house, our jobs, everything, in order to save somebody's house or have a problem. Yep. And that was wrong. We finally, the association was paying for a policy, and finally we talked the town, agreed to pay for our policy. And the town just never balked on paying for our policy. We have no problem with it. I don't anyways. Anyways, I'm looking at the wording in here, and this was not written by an attorney, town council or any kind of council, and it mentions Provident Insurance. What if Provident Insurance goes out of business? Wherever insurance. It doesn't say it has to be with Provident. That's my problem with it. And if things are going fine, yep. We don't have any problem. I've talked, whenever we submit, or it automatically gets put in the budget. Like I said, the association used to pay for it, and then the town would reimburse us because of the time element where the policy could lapse. And anyways, the town has been very gracious to take care of us, and I don't see any problem. And this amendment, I strongly urge everybody to vote no on it, because it's not, doesn't take care of it. It only causes more problems, and we probably could lose our insurance completely if it's passed.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't believe we have a second.
Oh, we haven't got a second? I forgot to get that?
Mr. Moderator, I apologize for interrupting you. I was going to call just a point of order and second the motion.
We have a
officially.
second on the proposed amendment, and this gentleman.
Do I have to say it over again?
No, you don't.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Moderator.
you had a question to legal counsel. Is this proposed warrant amendment legal? Does it bind us to Provident? Yes or no? That was the first question you asked.
Yes.
It seems to try to bind you to Provident. There is a concept that town meetings can't bind future town meetings. So if Provident goes out of business, one would think you would be able to switch insurance.
But it's a yearly town meeting. If we, all of a sudden, Provident goes out of business next month, we go 11 months with no insurance?
Well, there's actually a bigger problem with the amendment, if anyone's interested in it. By changing this to a zero appropriation, you end up in a no means no problem. So you won't be able to spend any money on insurance for the fire association with this amendment.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes,
if
sir.
I might speak to the amendment?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Okay. I came up here originally to discuss the amendment and to bring the points forward that our council has just made, which means under no means no, the Board of Selectmen or the town would not be able to purchase any insurance for the firefighters. The history of this is that starting around 2000, 2001, the Board of Selectmen made a decision, which we have been doing every year since that time, to purchase this insurance for our firefighters. The Board of Selectmen wants to purchase insurance for the firefighters. It's the right thing to do. This amendment, if it fails at the polls, will prevent that. And that is not something the Board of Selectmen wants to see happen. We have an amendment that was put together by Town Council that we believe will address that if given the opportunity.
Okay, so did you have a question or a comment on the amended Article 24?
Basically, I was going to point out what town council pointed out, that if they change it to 0, we couldn't do this. And
Right. So, we have a proposed amendment to Article 24. It's been seconded. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. No. So this is gone. We're now back to Article 24 as written.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like
Yes,
to make
sir.
a motion to amend. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to amend Article 24 to read as follows. To see if the town will vote to protect the safety and welfare of the on-call fire department personnel. For approximately 13 years, the town has provided health and accident insurance for on-call fire department personnel who are not union and not regular part-time town employees or otherwise under contract or of a bargaining unit.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a proposed amendment to Article 24 to see if the town will vote to protect the safety and welfare of on-call department personnel. For approximately 13 years, the town has provided health and accident insurance for on-call fire department personnel who are not union and not regular part-time town employees or otherwise under contract or of a bargaining unit. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 24.
Mr. Moderator, if I might speak to the amendment. This amendment has been actually crafted by town council, and the town council provided this to the Board of Selectmen so that we did not get into a no means no situation. The policy costs are already within the budget. There is no issue with the money being appropriated or needing to be appropriated. It is already part of our town budget. It is already part of our default budget. Okay, and what we would like to do is go forward with this. This will allow the town, if it does get voted down, to avoid the no means no situation.
Mr. Etcho.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a little bit of clarification. When I heard the amendment being read, I also heard under contract. We have a number of call firemen that are currently full-time firemen on other departments. Does under contract imply being a full-time member of another department and therefore negate the insurance coverage?
Like having insurance elsewhere.
Right.
The answer to your question is no. It would be under contract of the town. That was specifically carved out because we do have 2 full-time firefighters who are, I'll call it, under contract with the town or under employment with the town.
Thank you for the clarification.
I have a question, if you don't mind me asking.
I do.
So, if we vote this in, we agree to continue what we're doing today.
That's exactly right, Mr. Moderator.
And if we vote this out by chance, what happens to what we're doing today?
We would be able to continue today.
So in effect...
Continue tomorrow, I'm sorry.
So there's no impact, yes or no, to this article?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you agree? Town council agrees.
Good. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 24? Okay, so those in favor of Article 24 as amended, we have a question?
Just a statement.
Yeah.
My name is Jim Ray. I'm the president of the association, the Litchfield Firefighters Association. We were made aware of the Board of Selectmen's proposal for an amendment to this. It was a direct concern of ours. We held a meeting on Wednesday night, and the vast majority of the firefighters in the association approve of this amendment.
Good deal. Thank you. Those so further discussion on Article 24? Okay, those in favor of the proposed amendment to Article 24, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Article 25, to see that with RSA 154:1, the town will direct the Board of Selectmen to set and post the mission and hours needed of the fire chief to lead, teach, and train the on-call members of the fire department in the current arts and skill of fire, emergency medicine, and rescue operations. The fire chief shall establish, post, and maintain a fire department mission statement. The fire chief shall work no less than yearly average of 32 hours per week, excluding vacation and excused absenteeism. The fire chief will post and maintain regular business hours. The fire chief shall follow town policies, state and federal laws and standards in the creation and application of any rules and regulations she should adopt or create. The fire chief shall not impose any minimum performance standards on any on-call individual that fire chief cannot meet or otherwise be fairly applied to all on-call employees. This is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 0-4 to 1. Mr. Kern.
Yeah, this was just pretty much housekeeping in relevance to the last couple of years. The first, about 3 years ago, by petition, they voted to appoint the fire chief. 2 years ago, 2 years ago or last year, they made it a 3-year term. Yeah. And this is just clarification for hours and work schedules. Again, with a meeting with the board, with the budget committee and finding out what they're budgeted for, I have an amendment to change this to 24 hours to line it up with the rest of the budget. The only number that's going to be changed is 32 to 24. 32 to 24, and I believe that the 24 hours is what is actually budgeted.
Okay, so we have a proposed amendment to Article 25 to see that the NHRSA, so Jason, word for word for me, please just Steve Diebold. To see that with RSA 154:1, the town will direct the Board of Selectmen to set and post the mission and hours needed of the fire chief to lead, teach, and train the on-call members of the fire department in the current arts and skill of fire, emergency medicine, and rescue operations. The fire chief shall establish, post, and maintain a fire department mission statement. The fire chief shall work no less than a yearly average of 24 hours per week, excluding vacation and excused absenteeism. The fire chief will post and maintain regular business hours. The fire chief shall follow town policies, state and federal laws, and standards in the creation and application of any rules and regulations he should adopt or create. The fire chief shall not impose any minimum performance standard on any on-call individual that fire chief cannot meet or otherwise be fairly applied to all on-call employees. Do we have a second for this proposed amendment? We have a second. Do you want to discuss this, Mr. Karen?
I'm sorry, as I previously stated, that the 32 was the max. When I found the budget hearing had budgeted for 24, I changed that to 24, and the rest of it is just pretty much common practice.
Further discussion of the proposed amendment to Article 25. Mr. Raccio? John, did you have anything to talk about?
I have after this, I have a minute.
Good. Mr. Raccio, go ahead. Yep.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The 24 hours question to the board, is that consistent with the current budget?
Yes.
Okay, second part of this is when we went to an appointment architecture for this position, did we not have as a town a set of minimum requirements to establish that position? And to follow that, is there any redundancy in the current qualification guidelines that the Board of Selectmen appointed a fireman with are redundant with what's in the warrant article, the proposed article?
Mr. Brunel.
Yeah, it is redundant. The board has put in place a qualified fire chief who's working within those hours and is meeting all those expectations.
So somewhere on record, we have a public document that says the mission statement and all of the outlines in this?
I would have to defer to the chief. The mission statement is the chief's in part of his handbook. I believe it's either in construction or in midstream. It's there.
Was that, I don't want to get into a running discussion. So right now, my understanding is from the board, they had a prerequisite for all of these outlined points in the proposed article. These are public documents of record, and any legal citizen of the town of Litchfield has access to them. Is that a fair and true statement?
Sorry. Can you repeat that, Al? Apologize.
Yes. All of the points within this are part of the guidelines by the Board of Selectmen, and that is a public document. the artifacts that are derived from those are in fact public documents and available to any legal citizen of the town of Litchfield. Is that a correct statement?
The documents are available to any citizen in Litchfield. We have an expectation of the chief to meet those requirements, and we do not micromanage the chief.
I didn't say anything, sir, about micromanaging anybody.
At this point, we have an expectation of the chief to have these things in place. Okay, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I have a question for Mr. Kieran. Why do we have this article? What was other than housekeeping, why is this article being presented to us?
For the majority housekeeping, I will say that, earlier in the year, when I was trying to get a hold of the town and the chief, the office hours and weren't available, and very hard to, there was meetings, and it's very hard to find them, and I'd really like to know where those, if they are printed. I do have a copy of the handbook and the town personnel policy, and I can't find anywhere written into there the documents that you speak of. I know I've asked under RSA for some of these documents specifically, and I still haven't got them. So I'm very interested to find out where they are. The page number would be great.
I would suggest you reach out to the chief and ask for those documents.
Okay. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 25? Mr. Garrett.
Yeah, it's quite confusing, actually. You're sitting in the audience, and petitions by folks in town are very narrow, and that's just the way it is. Someone's unsatisfied with someone, and so they attempt to bring a petition. And so as I'm talking to folks in the back, we're all kind of saying the same thing, and I know Mr. Kearns probably doesn't want to delve into what his peculiar issue is with that, but it's funny because obviously someone is unsatisfied with something, and as a member of the department who can't access the information, if it was as simple as coming in and getting it, how does it get to this point? So it's very concerning as a citizen that we've got something going on. There's something going on that we just don't know about. And it's funny that person's appointed for after the conversation we just had. So I would encourage the board to their appointed official, well before it got to a petition warrant article, to straighten the mess out, whatever it is, because obviously something's going on. And so since that person is no longer elected and we can fix things immediately, please, Board of Selectmen, fix the thing immediately.
Further discussion on the amendment to Article 25? No? Yes, sir.
Hey. John Travis, 2 Center Street, current Deputy Fire Chief in Litchfield, and I can tell you that I interact with the chief 2 or 3 times a week. I know when his hours are. Everybody knows when he's at the fire station. So even when he's not at the fire station, we have full access to him. He always returns our phone calls. So I don't, honestly, I've been on the fire department for 16 years. I've been in the town 23. I honestly don't know where this is coming from, because I think if you speak to a lot of the guys in this department, we really have full access to the chief whenever we need him. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 25 as amended? I have a question to this council. How does this bind us?
It doesn't. It's only advisory.
It doesn't bind us, okay. So it becomes a notification that there's something going on to the chief to fix. Yeah? Pretty much. Okay, we're ready to vote on the proposed amendment.
Yeah.
Those in favor of the amendment as proposed, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Give me a raise of hand. All those in favor say aye. Give me a hand raising, please. Those opposed say no, or hand raising no. Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, so we're now talking about amended Article 25. Any further discussion on the article as amended?
Can I make another amendment?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to propose an amendment to the article to read like this. To see if the town will direct the Board of Selectmen to encourage the fire chief to continue to lead, teach, train the on-call members of the fire department in the current acts and skills of fire, emergency medicine, and rescue operations in accordance with his contract and other written policies as the selectmen may adopt.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have an amendment to the amended Article 25. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 25. Ma'am.
Actually, I think the proposed amendment takes care, Janine Lepore, 17 Greenwich Road. The proposed amendment takes care of my concern. I was very concerned about the last sentence in the article where it said the fire chief shall not impose any minimum performance standard on any on-call individual that fire chief cannot meet or otherwise be fairly applied to all on-call employees.
Yeah.
And that concerns me because to me there's a two-pronged issue for me. I'm not sure who the fire chief in the future would be. It's my understanding that usually people are fire chiefs after they have had a good deal of experience. They may be considerably older than some of the younger members of the department. They may not be able to do some of the things that the younger members can do. And I would not be in favor of, it sounds as though we would be lessening the requirements to the least able person that would be an on-call person. It sort of takes away fire chief's ability to make sure that everyone on the fire department is capable of a certain level of performance. And if someone's falling below that standard, it takes away the chief's ability to address that issue. So, but I think your amendment takes care of that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Raccio.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. We've heard through the past 4 hours how the Board of Selectmen has basically provided guidance and rules, regulations, standard operating procedures, on and on and on. Why would the Board of Selectmen see fit to put a warrant article together when the Board of Selectmen have told us that they write the operating procedures, they recommend the guidelines, and they put everything forward? What I just heard was a warrant article for process and procedures, personally speaking. So the question to the Board of Selectmen is, as the appointing body and the governing body of the appointed chief, why are you not implementing these types of facts in their guidelines as opposed to putting this back in a modified amendment?
I'd have to ask Mr. Kern initially, are you a body of people or are you one firefighter that are submitting this? No, but I mean, the basis for this petition, is this coming from, many people or you?
I believe there was over 30 voters. So I mean, I can only speak for myself as a resident.
Okay. All right, well, I've got 3 pages of voters that have signed the petition or some sort to get this submitted. So.
Yeah, so I want to answer the question. So we didn't bring the petition warrant article forward, obviously. Our amendment tries to protect the role, right? So today, the Board of Selectmen works with the fire chief to implement those policies and procedures. We are continuing to do that day to day. Not day to day, but we continue to do that as we see fit. The fire chief has had and continues to have a good working relationship with the board and his department. We know he's working through lots of changes. The department is very different than it was a year ago. And it's going to continue to change. So it's still a work in progress. I'm very confident that the chief will continue to finish those tasks and get them done. And the amendment just allows us to make sure that it still stays in the control, stays in the management aspect of the Board of Selectmen.
Oh, it is.
Thank you.
And I may not have said it exactly right, but that's what I mean.
Okay, gotcha. Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 25, sir.
Tim Richardson, 25 Century Lane. Point of clarification regarding your point, Mr. Moderator. You will find that the majority of those signatures on the warrant article were not from firefighters, as firefighters were not approached for these petitions.
And to clarify, I held up 3 pieces of paper. Those were copies. It was 1 piece of paper of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30 roughly names. Further discussion on on Article 25, the amendment to Article 25.
Just another clarifying
Yeah.
question, Robin Corbeil, 4 Smith Court. Are there posted hours for the fire chief? I've never had to contact him for any reason, but if I was a resident and not a firefighter, I know you can get a hold of him. Is there, like, we have town hours, we have library hours, we have other hours. Is there 2 hours a week that are set aside that you could contact, or would you do that through the town hall?
So there is posted hours at the fire department. I believe they're 8 to 4, Monday through Friday, and there's some Saturday hours. The fire chief has a regular schedule, which he does tend to keep, but he also, in his duties, is in meetings and doing other interactions with the town. The best way to reach the fire chief, if you want to talk to him directly, is to call the fire department and leave him a voicemail, or ask the duty officer to reach him, and then they'll be able to get in touch with him. The point being is the officers and the department is able to reach the chief at all times.
So those hours are posted somewhere?
They're posted on the door, and they're also on their website.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment to Article 25? Okay. Those in favor of changing Article 25 to read, to see if the town will direct the Board of Selectmen to encourage the fire chief to continue to lead, teach, and train the on-call members of the fire department in the current arts and skill of fire, emergency medicine, and rescue operations in accordance with his contract or with written policies as the selectmen may adopt. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Okay, the ayes have it. Further discussion on Article 25. None? You'll find Article 25 on the ballot as amended. Okay, hey, you know what? We're at the end. Before we close, I'd like to remind everyone that the warrant articles discussed tonight will appear on the ballot as written or amended, if amended. The next deliberative session actually is on Wednesday night at 7 o'clock for the school. Voting day is at CHS here in the gym from 7 a.m. to at least 7 p.m. on March 11th. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting tonight?
Mr. Moderator, one final question, please.
Yeah.
If all the warrant articles are passed in their current state, what is the estimated tax impact on the people?
That's a good question. Can we?
So the question was, if all warrant articles pass in the town, what the impact would be. The impact is $3.93.
Per thousand?
Per thousand.
And on a $300,000 home?
On a $300,000 home, the breakout is $1,179, and on a $400,000 home, it's $1,572.
In addition to the current base?
Correct, if all the warrant articles pass.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, you're on your own. Have a good night. Thank you very much.